Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, liberty, and justice for all.
Thank you. Call the meeting of August 29th, 2023 to order, which is mainly a special budget workshop. I'd ask Madam Clerk if you would please call the roll of the council.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here.
Here. Record show, all 5 council members are present. Also, Assistant City Solicitor Dylan Connolly, who has worked on a lot of the budget preparation, and in the absence of Solicitor Marcello, who was away last week, so he will be with us tonight. We are going to jump on the agenda right to the budget workshop, because we have department heads and staff present, and we always try to accommodate them. Is Finance Director here? Is he going to be answering questions? Yeah, good move. Okay, because we're going to start with the first item. Going to top of page 8, I believe, which is part of the group that we'll be looking at tonight, is canvassing.
Mr. President,
Yes,
just for the sake of the record, this is section 15, large A, little a 1, canvassing.
thank you. That right here with the. Okay, so in the proposed budget book, I have it as page 26. If anyone has it, someone here from canvassing? Hi. Come on up to the podium. Some of these relatively, I think you have to use the other podium where the microphone is. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'll ask the council members, and I do want to ask my colleagues on the council tonight, because we have a pretty full docket. Please, when you have a question, go through the chair, so we're not all yelling out at people, yelling questions. And I certainly will allow everyone to speak. Do you have a general statement, or do you want to react to some questions, or?
I can just react to some questions.
Sure. So I'll open it up to the council dais for questions. Not much has changed.
Well, Leslie, thank you for coming. Obviously, spent a lot of years at the State Board of Elections. You do a great job. I think this budget is fair, especially coming into 2024, where we have a presidential election. Are you comfortable, based on what you saw in 2020, that you have adequate funds to make sure that you run a very successful citywide election? You're potentially looking at it would be 3 elections, 2 primaries, the presidential, and then the state representatives and school committee, and then the general election. Are you comfortable with these numbers?
Yeah, technically, the general election is on the next fiscal year.
Well, November, yeah, it's true, November 1st.
So
Yeah, that's
actually,
right,
we're
I
doing
used to
2.5
that.
elections.
Yeah, so you're comfortable with everything at this point?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to introduce the 5 real council people. Not the ones who signed the fake ID. I was a joke, not the ones that signed a campaign thing. We're the real 5. So, all right, but you're good with all these numbers going in? Okay, I'm fine with this, as long as she's comfortable, which is the most important thing we could do, is to run a fair elections.
The special primary election is going along with no issues.
No, it's fine.
You're not requesting any additional personnel?
For this election,
No, for this budget.
that's included.
The same staff is included,
Yes.
is what you're saying, okay. Other questions from council members? Councilman Lawson?
All right. Purchase property services. What is that?
That is mostly our poll workers.
They considered property?
I don't know,
Purchase property
No.
services.
purchase professional services. I'm
Nope.
not sure why they,
Purchase property for 2,352,000.
huh?
You got a different thing. The online is different from the paper. So the online,
That's the online different from the paper. That's what I've been working on, the online one.
Services. It's always been that.
They sent I went by the link.
Okay.
the-
It's right here on my printed one too.
okay.
Yeah, you just read the wrong
You
amount.
read the wrong amount, maybe.
2,000, not 200.
What is it?
Purchase property services.
Okay. So what is purchase property?
Okay, that's your question.
I don't know what purchase property services. Can do?
So we got a line item and the department head doesn't know what it's for.
I don't,
What line are we talking about?
Under the canvassing budget, there's a line item for purchase property services.
There's actually several. There's one that talks about rentals, telephone communication, repairs, and maintenance. Those are the 3 that I think fall under that purchase services.
Leslie, do you want to come back at the next workshop and you want to be more familiar with, I don't know what? Do you have the proposed budget that we all have? Madam Clerk, can you add to this? Did you want to say something?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
It was just explained to me. What that means is if you pull over to the next page on the back, it breaks it down to what purchase property services. I don't know why it's named that, but tuition reimbursement, training, recruitment, training and conferences, and printing forms. So on the back page, you'll see where it breaks down purchase professional services. What does that mean? It has the different line items. Purchase property services. What does it mean? It lays out all those different things. Purchase professional services. It lays that out. So it's on the back page.
On page 28. Let's see.
Well, it doesn't go into, I didn't see anything about tuition. On ours, it has advertising, printing, supplies, general supplies, property services, rentals, communication, and then repairs and maintenance of equipment.
And while they're looking through the data, for our purposes and anyone watching, there are no votes being taken tonight on this budget. This is a workshop, just what a workshop means. We are going through as many line items as possible, and we will keep notes, and at the end of this process, we will then vote the actual budget.
One of the other questions that I had, but maybe there's too many questions on the table right now.
Yeah, let's sort this out first and. All right, we're gonna move on, so,
Maybe we can email the questions? And then,
other than that question, is there anything else about canvassing?
well, I just had one, boards and,
Councilwoman Souza.
thank you. Boards and commissions, are we now giving stipends for the boards and commissions? Because I see in previous years, there was an amount, so I'm not sure what that was about, but now there's a 3,000 proposed this year for boards and commissions. Looks like fiscal year '23 was the first that it was 3,000. 2022 was $173. 2021 was $1,000. It hasn't been consistent over the last few years.
I'm sorry.
It hasn't been consistent over the last few years with the amount, and I'm asking, is that a stipend that is given to the board?
Yes. They each get $1,000.
Okay. Is that a policy within your, where does that come from?
I believe one of the Board of Canvas members came in front of the council. I'm not sure when it was. I mean, I could find that out for you.
Yeah, that would be helpful just to know the history on that, because again, it's not consistent. And I know we've had a board. I think it was only 1 year that we had a vacancy. So it would be interesting to know why the numbers are all different.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, do we pay the Board of Canvassing members?
We do. And Council President, I don't know why this hasn't been done already, but I'd like to see if we can set up the finance director with his laptop, and
Right.
ordinarily we display it up on the screen.
Yep. I asked that early in the meeting. I don't know what, so yeah, that's fine. We can do
We'd like
that.
him to set up so that he can answer these questions as they pop. That's what he's supposed to be doing, is answering these questions that
Right.
you may come up with.
So can we do that quickly? We'll get the,
I think that was the table last time.
He's in the back. Does he need help moving the table?
Council President, with your permission, Kelly's asking, we would have to take just a minor break to plug in through there to set it up through.
okay, without objection, we'll take a quick break here, 5-minute break. No, they have to set up and get the finance man, well, I like to not get too sloppy if already.
I started off really well, didn't I?
Well, it showed to me, I go, but they're on the summary page, not the detail. That's why. That's
okay.
what it said. 'Cause
Do you remember when they had the boards and commissions when they got 1,000? Was it Mr. Ryan? And I don't want to admit that because I don't know for sure.
all right, let me see if I can
Okay.
get this.
Okay.
Just give us a high sign when you're ready, Director Moore.
Not leaving. We got to vote on the other, you can do the ordinances
We all set?
another day.
Mr.
Do you have
President, I
anything
have a
else to
motion.
add on canvassing? You pretty well, okay. And we'll be back for a final view. The next item is under Human Resources. As soon as Malcolm, you're set up and this isn't.
Council President, with
Yes, Councilwoman.
consent of the council, I'd like to take a pause in our, while Malcolm and IT try to get established, to move on to the docket to approve our second passage ordinances. That's a form of a motion.
I'll second that.
Motion has been made by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by Councilman Fogarty to, at this point, switch to the business part of the agenda and pick up the workshop at the conclusion of that. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have that. So, Madam Clerk, we revert back to the regular agenda.
Thank you, Madam
Councilman
Clerk.
Rigo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, this is second passage. This has to do with putting the no right turn on Greenwood and Newman Avenue. This is with the traffic flow up in that area due to the people avoiding major highways. It's going onto the streets, and this is a way of stopping a lot of the traffic or slowing it down so the neighbors can get in and out of their houses. I move passage.
Second.
And this is second passage, public.
We do need a public hearing.
It's a public hearing, so anyone present that wants to speak on this specific ordinance, it was discussed at length at the last council meeting. Ask one more time if anyone needs to speak on this ordinance. Hearing none. What is your pleasure, council?
Roll call.
Oh,
Well, we need a roll
please
call.
call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next, please.
An ordinance of amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Summary Section 18-269. This is in regards to Luther Avenue at Rockaway Street. Sponsor, Councilwoman Sousa.
Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. President. This is an area that does not have any traffic signage for safety concerns of the residents in the area. We are putting up a sign to correct the flow of traffic to avoid any negative interactions. I move passage on second.
Motion by Councilwoman.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Rego. Again, this was discussed at length previously. Is there anyone present like to speak on this ordinance? Hearing none, would you please call a roll, or never mind calling the roll. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have. Unanimous. Next.
An ordinance in the amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Summary, Section 18-269. This is in regards to Bishop Avenue at Barney Street, and the sponsors, Council Vice President Rego.
Council Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is a way of slowing down traffic. People are diverting out of Pawtucket Avenue to avoid St. Margaret's on Pawtucket Avenue, and it's forcing traffic into the neighborhoods. Bishop Avenue is more of a concern to me since 99.9% of the children who go to St. Margaret's exit on Bishop Avenue. So this is another way of slowing down traffic. There'll be a couple of stop signs there. I move passage.
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Rego, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. This again is part 2 of the process, public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this particular ordinance? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have.
Mr. President, I table number 4. It's under first passage. I'm going to do a little bit more research with Solicitor Conley, so I move.
All in favor of tabling number 4?
Aye.
Without objection? Aye, that will be tabled. Next, please, item number 5.
An ordinance of amendment of Chapter 17 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Utilities, Section 17-76. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
Councilman.
I move passage on this. This is to get us in compliance with any DEM and state regulations. I move passage.
Second.
Motion made by Council Vice President Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Again, discussed at length previously. Anyone here during the public hearing wishes to speak on this? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have that. Thank you. Next item, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $450,000 to update road, ground service, landscape, and public access to the boat ramps, lighting, and parking for trailers at Bull Point Park and John Lewis Waterfront Park. Summary to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor, Councilwoman Sousa.
Councilwoman, I know you commented last time. You want to add to this, or have you had a chance? I know that Director Borges had a brief discussion with us at last meeting that he may be working on a plan. Will you consider hearing from him before we formally vote on this? So there's
I've
no
had-
duplication, or
I've seen the plan.
have you seen it?
I've had multiple conversations. I'd like to allocate the funds. There are other funds. These are additional funds that will be allocated to that area. I think work needs to get started over there because people are now starting to park on the grass area that was once seating area for the residents. And so they're essentially tearing up a nice park by driving their vehicles on it. So I think the quicker we can allocate funds to it, get the permitting process going, and take the appropriate measures necessary, the nicer that park will become for our residents to use and the less damage that we'll have to repair as a result of it. So I move for passage.
Second?
Motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by Councilman Lawson. Any further discussion from the council? Anyone from the public as part of a public hearing? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the council, I just wanted to speak on this particular ordinance. and the other ordinances that we will be talking about coming up. What the council is doing is something that I feel they are trying to do from a good place. They want to see these projects done. They want to see the projects complete. The concern I have is that a lot of these dollars, these federal dollars, are going to be locked up or handcuffed by ordinance to particular projects, which will diminish the ability of the administration to leverage those funds for additional funds that are out there. It's also, it's going to, with the amount of money that's proposed tonight to be locked up by ordinance, it's going to, in effect, derail the community center that we had been talking about and that we've had public meetings on, that we've had public surveys done on. So this particular project that Councilwoman Susan's speaking about has been permitted. It took a couple of years to get the permitting done. It takes time to get the proper CRMC permits in place. I actually support these funds going towards these projects. However, what's happened in the past is that the administration does its due diligence, gets its permits in order, and then we come to the council with the project and with the actual cost. And that gives us flexibility. And the council in the past has approved us utilizing those funds through a resolution. By locking up and handcuffing over $10 million of ARPA funds, we are putting these funds at real risk of not being able to be used for the intended purposes, which is to make a transformational change in our community. We presented a report back in 2022 that laid out all of the information, and we will make that available to all of the council again. And in that report, we're talking about funds that we received in 2021. Here we are in 2023 with our deadline, a deadline to have this money committed by December of 2024, fast approaching. By putting these funds locked into an ordinance, the administration is going to have a difficult time expending all of it. Now, the particular project we're talking about here, Bow Point, we already are doing the project. We're getting the project rolling. We're waiting on the basis for the light poles to come in. And we're working in cooperation with Rhode Island Waterfront Enterprises to build much of the project at little cost to the administration and to the city. It's good, and I support this funding being available for that project. But I don't support the process in which we're doing this. What we should be looking to do, like we did previously in 2022, is lay out where we think portions of the funding should go and what it should be used for in more general terms. Once again, my great fear is that by locking up $10 million through various ordinances for various projects that we are not prepared to execute, we are putting this money at real risk of having to be returned back to the federal government. We're eliminating the ability to leverage this funding to get more money. I received a call today from the Department of Health regarding a grant that they're going to apply for on our behalf to make Sabin Point a swimmable beach. Got a call today. I was actually in a meeting when the call came in, and they're going to apply for that. Now, we may want to have funds available to supplement or to assist the grant that the Department of Health will be applying for. My fear is you're locking up all this money. You're pretty much telling us, hey, you can't use it for anything other than this. The only way to change that would be to come back to the council and go through this process again that takes approximately a month. It takes 2 passages. So I just want to make it clear that the community center that we were looking to build, that we saw residents on 2 different occasions vote in support of, the multi-purpose community center that we were looking at putting together for our community, is not going to be able to be built with a full-size high school competition rated pool, not with the amount of money we have. Right now, we've The administration has gotten $3.37 million from the governor, from his pool of money that he had. And we have $3 million from Congressman Cicilline. That's $6.37 million. We need much more than that to get us that pool that our senior population will be able to use, that our high school population will be able to use. The money's getting locked up. So I just wanted to come up and speak on this particular project, and I'll speak on the other ones as they come up. I support this project wholeheartedly. I appreciate that Councilwoman Souza is supporting this project through her words and actions, but it's the wrong way of doing things. You're taking away the ability to leverage this funding for other sources of funding that are out there, whether it's grants or private equity or whatever it may be. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you, you said this project has already started.
It's been fully permitted. It took us approximately 2 years going back and forth to CRMC, DEM, in partnership with Rhode Island Waterfront Enterprises. That's the entity that was hosting the concerts at Bow Point.
Yeah.
And they want to give back to us. So they've worked with us to get a lot of the labor to be donated. We're looking at purchasing materials, and the work itself will be getting donated. We've got a plan that was engineered by the pre-engineering for free. We didn't have to pay for it. So the city administration has been working on this now for 2 years. Many of the projects you're going to discuss today, we've been working on some of them to a degree. Others we haven't even touched. My great fear is that this money was allocated in 2021. Here we are in 2023, in August of 2023, and we're locking up the money, thereby creating a situation where we're not going to be able to spend this money. We're not going to be able to put it towards its use. And if an opportunity comes up, let's say another, like today, the phone call today, I'm not making this up. Actually, Melissa Spiro was in the room with me today when I got a phone call from the Department of Health. And they said, Mayor, we have an opportunity to apply for a grant to make Sabin Point a swimmable beach. Would you partner with us on this? I said, absolutely. We want this. We want this for the community. Let's do it. And he said, all right, we're going to have our people at the Department of Health apply for this with your support. But I don't know what the amount of the grant is. The grant comes in and we need additional money. We need the flexibility to put more money to make this a really beautiful project for our community, a transformational project. We may not have access to that money. Or I may have to come back to you and say, hey, can you guys reintroduce an ordinance to free up the money and let's wait 4 weeks? What ends up happening by locking up this money is you're taking that ability away. But the saddest thing to me, what really hurts me the most, is that we have an architect on board, a project manager, an owner's project manager on board, the same project manager that built the high school. We've had public meetings. We had a public meeting where we had members of the community on Zoom with our congressional delegation speaking about what the money could be used for. We did a survey, 474 people put in their information on what they wanted to see done in the community. We've been doing all this all along since 2021. And now, in 2023, in August of 2023, I've got the city council of the city of East Providence tying our hands, locking up this money into projects that we're not prepared to move forward on, that we will absolutely lose millions of dollars and have to give it back to the federal government. There's no doubt in my mind.
Well, the reason we would lose the money is because we don't complete the project. By locking this money in tonight, doesn't that save
No,
money? What is?
it doesn't. We need to be under contract. We need to be under contract by 2024. Some of these projects take a long time to get permitted. The Bow Point project took almost 2 years to get done.
But it's underway now, so it wouldn't be pertaining to this. So these funds would be.
Through the chair, please.
Yes, Councilman Fogarty.
I'm sure that the funds that we're looking for to do this project now, we have plenty of qualified people who can help with the RFP. We can get going on the projects that we want, and it's for the people.
And I appreciate Councilman Fogarty's comments. But here's the reality of things. There is so much federal dollars in the system right now. When we try to hire engineers to help work with us, it takes forever to get the engineering, just the basic engineering done. These things, we've been working with the police department to build a storage garage.
Through the chair.
Councilwoman, yeah, I
Thank you.
know, the
We're
point of
veering
order,
off
well,
of
we'll
what
speak
this
on those
topic is.
others.
So I appreciate the mayor coming up and
Yeah.
speaking on this.
So it is a
ordinance.
public hearing. Is there anyone here that wants to speak on this? Thank you, Mayor, we understand. I'm sure we'll hear from you again. Anyone to speak on this, please come forward and give your name and address for the record.
My name's Mike Type. I live on South Broadway Street. I'm a citizen of East Providence. And for me, Bull Point Park is about the only place accessible to the waterfront in East Providence that I know of, which is a shame, real shame. And then Mayor mentioned 2 years. In 2 years, I've run down to Bull Point Park. All I've seen is a mess. It's gotten worse. And it's described people driving on the road. So I don't know what's happened in the last 2 years, but I can tell you it's the worst place. So if you've got the money to take care of that last remaining piece of property on the river, please do it. I mean, I don't care about swimming in a community pool. I'm a senior citizen. Frankly, I've seen community centers very underused, and that's not my priority. My priority is open space, what little open space we have left. If you got the money, get the job done. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Libby Merrill. I'm a resident of Fairview Ave in Ward 3. And I would like to hear more about the losing money if we lock it up part of this, but I'm very much in favor of a community center. It's a shame in East Providence that we are almost entirely bordered by water and we don't have any place to swim publicly in East Providence. There's no pool, there's no swimmable beach, and that's really a travesty. And I grew up in Warwick that has a public pool and it is used constantly. I was on the high school swim team. 4 swim teams swam there. So instead of us paying money to private companies for our high school swim team to swim, our high school swim team should have a pool. And all the residents of East Providence should have a pool too that is easily accessible and also a swimmable beachfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Yes, please come forward. Name and address for the record.
Nancy Hale, 889 Bullocks Point Avenue. And I'm glad the mayor spoke tonight. You all know that I've been here for many meetings. And actually, at the beginning, I was not in favor of the community center.
Hey, just so you know, though, that's not the item up for discussion now. The item is the ordinance to expend money for Bull Point Park. That's the item for legal discussion.
All right, well, simply, I want both. So yeah, we need green space. And I haven't yet been able to get to my point where creating green space and living environmentally well can, in fact, in the long run, produce money for the city, okay? No time for that tonight, we all know that. But as far as locking up money that can actually prevent the mayor from moving forward on projects that are in place, what he just said is understandable. All right, but I want both. And there's no reason why we can't have both. They're different projects. Only recently, and not in this room, and not in the Post, it was at Town Pizza where I found out from a high school student that there is no pool at the high school. I was like, really?
Okay, I have to move on. I have to ask everyone if you have nothing different to add on the Bull Point proposal.
order.
Thank you.
What'd you say?
Yes, what's your point of order?
Point of order, we're off subjects. Let's.
Oh, I've asked her to stay on subject. All set?
So the subject is only Bold Point.
Right now, yes, we have a long meeting with many other opportunities to speak. Right now, only this provision to expend monies on the Bull Point Park as outlined.
Only, and it's not bundling all of those ordinances.
Doing them one by one.
Anyone else
Thank you.
to speak? Okay, now I've lost track. Did we get a motion and second? Who was the
Yep, we
second?
have a motion and a second.
You repeat the second? I don't, who was that? A Frank?
Councilwoman Sousa made the motion and Councilman Lawson made the second.
Okay, so I would ask for a roll call vote. I do just caution us that there is some validity to what the mayor has said about a project that has already started. And hopefully this doesn't change directions and put the brakes on it, because we all know, and if we don't, we should know about the CRMC and all the bureaucracies involved. They may ask us to go back to the drawing board. With that being said, Madam Clerk, could you call a roll?
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Roderick.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $50,000 for a citywide utility box art project. The summary to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilwoman Sousa.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Again, this was a topic discussed. We have a new arts district. There are multiple utility boxes throughout the city that have been vandalized, which I know that there has been community work cleaning them, which is great. There are multiple communities throughout the city that have taken this arts initiative to bring light and the arts into each section of the community, which brighten up the area. They're pleasant to look at instead of these stale silver boxes, aluminum boxes. So these are funds to allocate to get a dozen or so of those boxes throughout our community painted in a scheme that is welcoming to the community and supports, again, our motion for supporting the arts in East Providence, which has been really underrated for a very long time. And I know that that is something that we've been working really hard to promote. And so this is just another effort to do so. I move passage.
Motion by Councilwoman
Second.
Souza, seconded by Councilman Lawson. This is a public hearing. Anyone here? Mayor, I'm going to assume your objections are the same, so I would ask you don't have to go into the whole.
The only objection that I'd like to add to this, once again, is you're tying up money, tying our hands. But where other communities have done this type of project, they've partnered with nonprofit organizations and gotten funding from other sources other than city coffers. So I would caution, once again, the city using taxpayer dollars for a project of this magnitude when it could be used for some transformational project. When you look at Pierce Field, everyone loves to talk about Pierce Field. Pierce Field was built in 1930s using public works money. The public works money that was issued back then.
Point of order, please.
Okay, we'll talk about Pierce Field at another time. So unless there are some of these.
It's to do with this. By locking up this money, we're missing an opportunity to build a transformational project that the residents of the city will be able to enjoy and use for generations to come.
Hearing anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this item, which is for the utility box art project, I would remind everyone, including us on the council, that all of these say up to an amount. So I'm hoping we don't use the whole amount. One of the things I cautioned earlier on when these discussions were up were now vendors know what we want to pay. So they might come in at the top. But in any event, we have a motion and a second. We've asked for public comment. I don't see any at this time. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have that. Yes.
Because it's an expenditure, I would request a roll call vote.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you?
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
And I'm going to vote aye, but qualify it by saying I, certainly have some concerns about risk here, but obviously 4 votes want to move forward. I'm not going to be an obstructionist, so let's just hope for the best with this. And I will vote aye, so it passes unanimous.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $1 million for funding of the Crescent Park Concession Project, an event tent project to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Councilman.
We've been trying to get this done for 5 years, so I make a motion that we approve this.
Second. Oh,
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Again, as Councilman says, off discussed project and
this already got the architect on, so this shouldn't be affected by the timeline. So make a motion.
before we have a roll call vote, anyone like to speak on this? The mayor?
I'd like to say that I support Councilman Lawson on this project wholeheartedly. We had a meeting prior to all of this happening with these ordinances where I offered my wholehearted support. We've already started the process of getting an architect, and we've got $632,000, I believe, already earmarked for the project. I do like the fact that the $1 million will give us up to $1.6 million to get this project done, and we hope to expedite that project as quickly as possible. But I stand in objection to it being locked up. There's no need for it to be locked up. Once again, it takes away flexibility. I know that I spoke to Councilman Lawson. He says up to $1 million. But what happens is until that gets released by this council, that money can't be used or leveraged to get more money for the residents of East Providence. Just understand that. In the future, if an opportunity comes up and all this money is locked up, we cannot leverage money. I can't even begin to have a conversation with someone to say, hey, we've got this much money freed up. Let's try to leverage it to get more money for the residents of East Providence because you're locking up the money. But I do support the project, Councilman. Thank you.
Excuse me, through the chair. This money has to be spent within a year and allocated and finished within 22 more years. We have people that can build and we have people that can take care of these.
And further word on Crescent Park and the fact that we've had such a long discussion. Someone had mentioned tonight that Bull Point was maybe the only waterfront or the last of the waterfront. I remind us that we have waterfront from the tip of Riverside to the tip of Rumford, all along that. Anyone else wishes to speak in favor or against? Madam Clerk, you should call the roll.
Councilman Fogarty.
Aye.
Councilman Lawson.
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa.
All right, I take my vote. I just want to thank the council currently and past who have continuously earmarked funds to Crescent Park Carousel so that these things can take place. It's just unfortunate that none of it has really taken place and that we are have to allocate more and more funds because things are getting more expensive, things are being changed all the time. So this is a clear effort to, as a council, to show we want this earmarked and locked up because we want the work to start. And so this kind of forces the hand to move forward with the project instead of it being kind of on a stagnant state. So aye.
Thank you.
Council President Roberts.
Aye. Thank you. Passes unanimous. Next.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $1 million for the former Oldham School building on Bullocks Point Avenue to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
So
Councilman.
as we know, we do a shitty job taking care of what we own. And this building's been sitting vacant for over a decade. We got an opportunity to put windows, doors, a roof on. So I make a motion that we approve passage of this for this city-owned property that we are responsible to maintain.
Motion by Councilman Lawson. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Councilman Fogarty. Under discussion, and just so when you mentioned 10 years or more, but most of that point was not, it was school department
We're one city.
We're one city,
We're
but
one city.
council had no jurisdiction.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
This
it
city, we
matters.
let the high school fall apart. We got the police station we got to take care of. We got this building. We got to stop and take care of what we got before we start thinking ahead.
Right, but there are jurisdictional.
Yeah. I'm not blaming.
There are
any
laws,
council.
you know, and I'm with you on this. Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Once again, I stand in objection to locking up $1 million without a definitive plan. When we solicited the school department to turn the property over to us, it's because we wanted to build an incubator space, and that is still the plan. We recently went out to RFP to see what kind of interest was out there to privately fund this incubator space, to have somebody else put their funding and money and other sources of revenue into making this an incubator space. There's a lot of interest. RFPs, people have met with Melissa Spur and myself. We actually met with someone today who is interested or are interested in exploring the possibility of either leasing or purchasing. I know that the councilman does not want to sell it. However, there may be other options. What I say to the council again is why lock up this money and create a situation where the money can't be used?
Because, Mayor, if we don't, you will let that building sit and turn to further shit. That's why we have to do this. I'm sorry, but it's historically, this city does not take care of its stuff.
Well,
This is our way of forcing the hand.
Council President, the building was just turned over to the city not too long ago, and immediately we started working on trying to find an adaptive reuse of the property. We have gone out to RFP to get private equity, private people who want to come in and invest in our community and spend their money or other revenue sources so that we don't spend $1 million of our money on something that is not viable. I am interested in making this money go as far as possible for our residents. Coming in with no plan and saying, hey, I'm going to give you $1 million to go put a roof and windows on this building and have no real plan is not fiduciary responsibility. It's not responsible of the council. So I understand your desire to get it done. What bothers me is that you and I had a conversation. We spoke about this. I told you I'm on board 100%. Let us see if there's somebody out there interested in investing their own money or other sources of revenue to get this done. And the goal is to
You never
hopefully,
mentioned selling that building. You never did.
we put out the RFP.
Business incubator and community space. That was
Right.
our conversation.
And if you read the RFP specifically calls out what it needs to be and what it can be and what it's required.
And what if we need a school down the future? What if this population explodes with all this development and we're gonna need another school building?
So
Where are we gonna get the money to build another school?
Councilman, you're bringing in,
I'm thinking proactive.
You're
I'm
thinking-
looking at all the development going on in our city, which is good, but we gotta educate these kids coming in.
so
You wanna sell the last five, you sold Black, you sold Waters, which is fine. Now you wanna sell the last school building available. I'm just being proactive here. cannot
I'm not
lose
understanding.
control.
So you're saying you want an incubator space. We're going to invest millions of dollars to build an incubator space. And then what? You're going to kick them out to build
No,
a school?
not at all.
So here's the reality, the real numbers. The school department recently hired 2 consultants to give them population projections so that they can get more funding for the Martin Middle School project. That's $149 million. Those two consultants gave numbers, population growth projections that were way below what they thought. You know what that means for us? We lost potential state funding to build the Martin Middle School. So the reality is, I met with a developer today who has built a couple of multi-unit apartments here in the city. And what he's finding is that the people moving in, they don't have children. The developer who built, the Paragon Group who built the development on Waterman Avenue at Ivy, 27 units, not one child has moved into that unit, and they're all rented already. He also built the one on Circle Street. No children live in there.
So why are we doing more development?
What?
If nobody's moving in, no kids and stuff, why are we still doing?
Young professional, young adults. What are you talking about? Young people are moving into the community. Young people who need a place to live. Look, the property right next to Oldham used to be deed restricted affordable housing. That deed restriction has passed.
Correct.
We are at 9.6%. Every municipality should be at 10% affordable housing. The city of East Providence is at 9.6%. We're almost there. But when we lost that development, the deed restriction expired on that. We now need to find more affordable housing opportunities. So when we put this out to RFP, we put in there the mandatory requirement of an incubator space, the mandatory requirement of a community space. And we also said, hey, give us your ideas. Give us your input on what you think would be nice here, including affordable housing, because we can never, we can always use more
You want
affordable
to
housing.
add more housing on that lot.
Let's see what the RFPs come through. There may be RFPs that have no housing. There may be some that have some. But anyways, I stand here once again in opposition because I feel that this council is making decisions that are going to hurt the taxpayers down the road. Down the road, you're going to cause a situation where we cannot leverage that money to get more money for the people of East Providence. And I got more.
But you said the quiet part out loud. You want it for your community center.
That's
That's why you don't want this.
It's not my community center, Councilman Lawson.
I'm going to start sending you all the letters I get, people that don't want this community center.
So let me ask you this. Let me ask you, is it okay for me to talk on this since you brought it up? I think it's important for the community to know that we have leveraged $3.37 million from the governor to build a multi-purpose community center that includes an educational component. We received $340,000 for the Learn 365 grant to help our student population achieve higher scores in high school. We're doing all we can to create something for our community. The young people at the East Providence High School, the swim team, they don't have their own pool to swim in.
Well, we just gave the schools $189 million. They could have built a pool if they wanted one. So that's that argument.
That kind of thinking, I'm sorry.
Right, we got to go back to what we're talking about. So the motion was made.
It's really sad. It's sad that this is going down this road. I can't believe the vision or the lack of vision that some of the people on this council have. It's sad.
I'm public speaking right now. Melissa, did you want to address?
So I also want to warn you about putting aside $1 million for Oldham. So when I did the first tour of Oldham with the developers that came, we had about 5 people show up. And it was so popular that we actually had to put an addendum so that 3 more developers could come tomorrow for another tour. And I think there's going to probably be more than that based on the conversation that we have with Paragon today. So what I mean to say is that there are these developers with their private funds who are willing to come in, and they have told us that they do not want us to fix the roof and the windows. And the reason is that because of the age of the building, the front and the back portion of the building both fall within the 50-year tax credits. If we change those historic windows and we change the roof line, we could compromise anyone's ability to get those tax credits. And I cannot stress enough that how much of a lure those tax credits are for developers. And I just do not understand why we would want to do something like that when there's no need.
Are they looking to buy that property?
They're not talking about buying. We left it very open where we said for sale or lease. And I want you to understand that an RFP is a conversation.
Yep.
It's like going window shopping. We're not committing to anything. What we're doing is we're collecting all of these ideas, and then we're going to sit down. We're going to involve people on the council to do this as well. And then we're going to say, you know what? These 3 ideas are pretty good, but there's some things in here that we think we could tweak. And then we're going to call in those developers, including you in the conversation. And then we're going to say, hey, I know that you have this up for sale. Would you consider a long-term lease? Here's how we can negotiate that. The RFP is just really opening up the conversation to see what other people can come up with, because honestly, there are going to be things that, I mean, they're the experts. There are going to be ideas that are going to come to us that I would have never thought of, okay? So I think it would be irresponsible to not bring in those experts and to actually see what they could do and what they could do with their own money.
This money stop you guys from continuing on what?
Because you're saying that the money should be used for the roof and the windows, and if we fix the roof and the windows, we'll lose the tax credits.
What if we keep it to the historical significance that the
You
development
won't get
would
the
do?
tax credits because the tax credits are they're so specific that even like if you have like a 1960s clock on the wall, you have to leave the clock up. The more items that you have that are original to the original structure, the better your chances of getting the tax credits and the higher
the amount that you can get. So so imagine if just taking down clocks from the 1960s damages your chances. Imagine taking out those beautiful mullioned windows from the front of the school, how much that's going to damage their ability to get tax credits. It would be, and I'm only saying this because $1 million, my God, I'm in charge of ARPA, right? You know what we could do with $1 million? There's 100 things I can think of that we could do with $1 million, and we don't need to put it towards Oldham. If we did, I would tell you so. We don't.
And where are the projects that you guys can do with that $1 million? We've been asking you guys since we took office.
I've been doing nothing but working on those projects.
Okay.
Have you not seen any of the stuff that I've been doing?
But it's been obvious to us where this money, where the administration.
I'm always open to any conversation and any ideas that you have. There's nothing that's come to me that I haven't entertained. Okay. I also want to talk about, just while I'm up here, I've worked for the Fed before, right? I used to work in community development, and I worked with federal funds. And I want to reiterate something that the mayor said, and I want to add my own experience to this. When we tie up this money, if we do in fact not use this money that we're tying up, these ARPA funds, and we end up having to return this money back to the Fed, I'm telling you, the Fed, next time we come around and we ask for federal money again, do you know what they're going to say to us? They're going to say, well, the last time we allocated money to you, you didn't spend it. So
Which
why
one
should
of these projects will we not be able to get done?
Well, so let me give you an example. I've been trying to get the Watchamoket sign, one 10-foot sign on Warren Avenue, and it's taken me about a year and a half just to get a permit from RIDOT.
Okay.
So if it took a year and a half for me to get one sign up on the street, how long do you think it's going to take for some of these projects to happen?
So you're saying you don't want placemaking money,
I've been doing the placemaking all along.
and we're giving you extra money to do.
Right, but by tying it up, you're making it so that if we don't spend that money, let's say you give me, I think you had allocated 500,000 for placemaking, right? Let's say we only use 400, right? Because remember, part of the ARPA restrictions is also my salary, right? So you only have me working for you till the end of 2024.
Wait a minute.
So I have to try to get all of these
You're
things
not on
done.
salary?
No, I'm hired by ARPA funds. So you're creating all of these things that I honestly don't know how the heck I'm going to accomplish any of this. So I've been doing all these tasks, but you only have me on staff till the end of 2024. So if, let's say when I leave December 31st, 2024, and I've only been able to use 400,000 of that 500,000, that 100,000 goes back to the Fed. And when money goes back to the Fed, they keep track of that. And then they're like, no, this municipality, when we give them federal funds, they don't spend it. So we're not going to give them any money, and we're not going to give them as much money when we do give it to them. I've seen it happen. So I just want you to be aware of that situation, because the Fed can be really, really tricky. And that's definitely a bridge we don't want to burn. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Rigo.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the great John Wooden said, failing to prepare is preparing to fail. There is no one on this council right now that doesn't support a community center. We've had numbers bounced around to us. Would you build something out there right now if it's 45 million, 37 million, 25 million? Raise your hand right now, would you build something if you didn't know the exact price? Anybody would build something if they didn't know the right price. We are all for a community center. Get us a price, get it, and we'll listen. Well, we don't know what's going on. Some of these projects I'm supporting, they have vision. We need things done. We're all for a community center. There's nobody who's more sports oriented than me, having my kids play through college. There's nobody that wants a pool more than me, because I would love to go swimming. But we do not have a price for a community center right now. I'd be the first person to tell you, show me the final plans, and I'm with you.
All right, back to Oldham. Did you want to add? Yes, please continue quickly.
Yeah, no, I just have one suggestion to address what Councilman Rigo said. So in other municipalities, the way that they're getting around doing that is to actually just say that funds are going to be matching funds for strategic investments. And you can lump money under that as a looser allocation so that we can then plug that money into places where it needs to be. Does that make sense?
Right now, we got 6 million, so you're saying match it, so we'll have 12 million for that project. Throwing it, for instance, we have 6 million. We have 3 from Cicilline.
Right, so you're,
No, I'm not talking about Oldham, I'm sorry.
finish the old?
Oldham, okay, sorry.
oh, sorry.
I have one thing, Oldham's not on my radar.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you want to add about?
No,
Oldham,
no, I don't know when to talk about that, but you tell me when.
The community center?
No, I was going to talk about like, instead of like having it all allocated into all of these little buckets, like having just like a
Oh,
bucket that's,
Can you quickly frame it in the conversation relating to Oldham?
I don't think so. So
Okay.
I'll come back.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Councilman Lawson, my only concern is, $1 million for windows and a roof. I'd rather see it, for Oldham, and then let an RFP, let's see,
I made a motion to approve.
okay?
I will second it.
We had the motion and the second. We were on public discussion. I don't assume there's no one else. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo, Councilwoman Souza, Council President Rodrick.
Nay, for the reasons stated. Thank you, Councilman. Next item.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $550,000 to replace the walking track at Piercefield Football Stadium to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilwoman Souza.
Make a motion to approve since I know we're going to have a conversation.
I'll second.
Motion has been made by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. Discussion amongst the council. Public hearing. Mr. Mayor, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I think I've informed the council of this before, but I will reiterate it. We reached out to our congressional delegation and asked for funding to make major renovations and improvements to the field at Pierce Field, a project that was built in 1935. That was a transformational project using the Public Works money that was made available back in 1930s. That's a structure that today the residents of East Providence still enjoy and love to visit. And it served generations of townies, generations of residents here in East Providence. That was built using funds similar to what the ARPA funds are today. The ARPA funds were allocated for transformational projects. When we talk about the community center, originally we came out with a $44 million price tag, and then we cut that back, right? We thought, okay, it was too rich. We cut it back. Now, in discussions with our architect and our project manager, I just received an email yesterday, and he put a conservative estimate of about $14 million is what we would need to build a pool that would be competition rated and a multi-purpose community center that would have programming rooms, learning rooms, so that
Point
we
of
could.
order. Mayor, is this going to be at Piercefield?
It's not going to be at Pierce. And the reason why I bring it up is because Pierce Field that you want to put $500,000 to is a project that was built in the 1930s using Public Works money that is today impacting our community. We have the opportunity as a council and as a community to build our residents a community center using these funds that will be enjoyed for generations of people in the city of East Providence, generations of all ages, older residents, younger residents, the whole gamut. This is a multi-purpose community center that will serve all of us. Now, that's a $14 million price tag. I've had conversations with Councilman Rigo. I've had conversations with others. So,
Council President.
Okay, well, we're all over the lot, so we've
Well, I'm
got to
not
be a
I'm
little
sticking to what this
lenient.
is.
Okay, let me speak.
Mayor would like to talk about Piercefield and the track. I'd like to entertain
Right,
that
so
conversation.
let me ask the question about the track. I understand you've already done some work.
yes, we have. So we have a commitment from Senator Reed of approximately $2 million. $2 million would be to make ADA improvements and to replace the field and track with artificial turf. That would save us in upkeep and maintenance that we have to pay for every year, water. There's a lot of work that goes into maintaining that natural grass field. So we put in for a request from our Senator Reid and Senator Whitehouse for a congressionally directed spending allocation. I received a letter not too long ago from Senator Reid's office saying that that had passed the Senate committee and the Senate, and now it's over on the House side. We don't have it allocated just yet, 100%, but we are moving in the right direction. Now, the $500,000 that Councilwoman Souza wants to put into this track and field is something that I support. But once again, locking up that money takes away the flexibility of the administration to leverage that money for other projects and for more that we can get for our community.
Can I ask if we were to find out shortly that we get that money, the House decides, and this passes tonight, can we then sort of reimburse?
What would have to happen is we would have to come back to the council and go through another 2 passages to reallocate the money or free up the money. But in the meantime, if I can't pull together the $14 million, I got 6.3. If I can't pull together the $14 million and I know that I have that money available, then we cannot begin to work. In talking to I plan on having our architect and our project manager come before the next council meeting to bring an update to you about what is really involved in this. There's a lot involved in trying to get a design, going out to bid. It's not like I can snap my fingers and you have a full architectural set of plans that says, hey, go out and build this multi-purpose community center with a regulation pool. So these are things that take time. But what's kind of put this up into upheaval right now is the uncertainty of what kind of funding we're going to have available to us. Like, we don't know what we're going to have available.
Okay, is anyone here that, the public hearing, that wants to speak on the Piercefield track and other renovation that is before us? Seeing none? Madam Clerk?
Councilman Fogarty?
Aye.
Councilman Lawson?
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego? Councilwoman Souza? Council President Rodrick?
Guys have that unanimously. Next.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $200,000 for a splash pad in Riverside to be funded by federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Lawson, do you want to add anything to your proposal? No, you're all set? Okay, I didn't hear you. Any comments on the public comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I stand in opposition to this because the administration plans on putting in for a DEM recreational grant. We did that when we built the splash pad at Pierce. We were able to put in for a DEM recreational grant and then use some capital funds that we had, I believe, to do the match on the city side. What would be a smarter move to make is to leave this money so that we have the flexibility to use it and then use it to leverage a DEM grant. Why wouldn't we as an administration want to take the $200,000 that we have in ARPA and try to leverage more money from the state through their grant process? And by the way, the last time we applied for the grant through DEM, we were able to get money to do the Kent Heights project. That was, I don't know, was it over a year ago now? Just to give you an idea of how long these things take. We hired an architect. The architect who's doing the design for Kent Park had to deal with permitting from DEM, and it's taken this long. We haven't even gone out to RFP yet. It's incredible the amount of time that these things take. And once again, I support the splash pad at where the councilman wants to put it. We actually, when we applied for the Kent Heights Parks improvements, we also applied for the splash pad. The Kent Heights project was awarded. The splash pad was not, but we already have the grant application ready to go. When that grant funding opportunity opens up, we're putting in for that.
Any other comments on the public comment? Speaking about the splash pad in Riverside.
Made a motion to approve.
Madam Clerk?
Councilman Fogarty?
Aye.
Councilman Lawson.
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego. Councilwoman Sousa.
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Aye. Yeah, I just have that.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $450,000 for improvements to Townie Pride Park to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilwoman Sousa.
Again, I've discussed this at length, the area requiring some attention around the brim, and that area being adjacent to our wonderful Pierce Field, who also needs repair. It's a continuation of improvements in that area for outdoor space for our residents in the community, which is keeping, again, the infrastructure plausible for our residents to use, not letting it get to where it has been. And I know work has been done because the councils have been allocating funds over the last 6 years to keep maintenance there, but it's certainly not where it should be or could be.
Thank you. Is that a motion?
It was.
Councilwoman Souza moves approval. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who is that? Councilman Fogarty seconded. Under council discussion first. Anyone here? Add to this? Mr. Mayor.
Once again, this plan would take extensive permitting. It's considered wetlands. It would take us design engineering that would have to be done. I think well, we all know that this is a retention pond. We've made some major improvements over the years. It looks wonderful. However, the last time we had a big rain, I took photos. I happened to go down there the next day. The whole place was underwater. Now, if we were to have to increase the size of the walls, the retention walls, you're talking about a major project. It cost us about $2 million to do the seawall at Riverside at the Crescent Park. So I'm sure that this project would be much more than $500,000 if we were to do it the right way and to do it with engineering and permitting. And then I just heard recently that there's some issue with, having to do some type of archaeological dig on this site. There's some letter floating around that I just received recently in my office. So something that we'd have to look at. I'd hate to see us lock this money up, not be able to use it, and have to return it back to the federal government.
Any other comments? Anyone here? Please, Heather.
Hi, Heather Andrade. So I just recently read a back issue that said there had already been funds, I think it was 150 and 150, dedicated to the Jones Pond to have a structure put up. And I will send that to you. If I can find it tonight, I'll bring it. But are you guys aware of that? I believe it was like in 2014. Yeah, and it's never been made, and it was specific to make a structure for it. So if I can find it, I will send it to you. Okay?
A permanent structure? What do you mean?
Yes. I need to get the wording right.
Well, we'll check.
But yeah, okay, I'll go check. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
My concern with this is we have spent a lot of money already on Jones Pond, on Townie Pride Park. My last calculation's up to $700,000 through the years. It's already adjacent to Pierce Stadium. I think we can overlap and do some work there. And I just see other more pressing needs in the city. But are there other comments? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, please call a roll.
Councilman Fogarty.
Aye.
Councilman Lawson.
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa.
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Nay. Thank you. Next.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $5 million for the needed improvements to the infrastructure of sewers and drains citywide to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Co-sponsor Councilman Fogarty and Councilwoman Sousa.
Yes, we discussed this in detail. I move passage.
Second.
The council discussion, anyone? I would caution the council to remember DPW director's concerns here. There's nothing specific listed. So I would love to I probably was the first member of this council, going back to before the newer members were here, that said we need to put ARPA funds into infrastructure. That we have to fix flooding streets. We have to fix pipes and some that are 100 years old. And we all know we have to do that. But I would love to, if it takes 5 million, if it takes 8 million,
Yes.
fine.
Through the chair.
But let me just finish. What I would like to do is have the DPW director and the professional engineers that work for the city give us a specific plan and say, we need, I'll just throw out numbers. We need X amount of 36-inch pipes. We need them on this street, on that street, in this field. Then we go ahead and we allocate the money.
Yes, through the chair. This was for those not allocated for, no grants, no funding, no previous. Calls coming in to us, all of us, the roads, sewers backing up, people flooding all their basements. This is several calls within the past month. We can immediately help these people. The number one reason for opera is infrastructure. People's that are calling and flooding their basements every little rainstorm is not appropriate. This money should be spent for them immediately. There's 3 builders in my family. You can get an RFP ready in a few days. There are contractors in our city that will build, they'll dig it, they'll fix it. There's residents on South Broadway right now with a very bad problem. That can be addressed. I don't have the list. That's not my job. And if the end's too busy, the 5 million is to hire outside contractor, RFP, dig safe, get it done, make the people happy. That's what we're here for. All I have to say.
I would just like to see a specific.
Yeah, I believe,
Councilwoman.
thank you. I believe the director did mention up here before he was away that he did have areas that were already identified as problems that they wanted to work on, that he had asked if there were additional areas that he was unaware of for him to be brought to his attention. This is not only just with the flooding, it's a public safety issue. When you have flooding in your home, it leads to mold and additional expenses to the homeowner of construction and repair of it. People have asthma, so it could be affecting them in a more harsher way to be exposed to all this mold. So this is a needed seen improvement that benefits all residents in our city, because you can't drive around the city if the streets are all closed because they're flooded. And the police are doing details on the roads and not answering other calls that are necessary. If the road is flooded, emergency access vehicles down there to help. But we could cause damage to vehicles. It's a snowball effect if we don't deal with the infrastructure issues that we have in the city. And a few of these on here tonight deal with infrastructure repairs that are important to the city that have gone unnoticed, not unnoticed, but not addressed over the years. And the problem is we kick the buck can down the line. We have personal projects that we want to take care of, and there are other projects that probably should come before them. So this one, I think, of all of the ones tonight, is the most important in my mind to be approved and passed of our city.
Mayor.
Once again, I bring up the concern of tying up this money and eliminating flexibility to leverage this funding for other funding that may be out there, federal or other dollars. The other thing too is it sounds so simple. Go hire somebody, dig a hole and put in a new pipe. Look, there are engineering that would have to be done. There's hydraulic studies that need to be completed. These systems, the stormwater collection system was not designed to handle 3 months of rain in a 1-hour period. And that's what's been happening. And if you look across the nation, it's happening everywhere. So, to try to say that the city hasn't done what they had to do, that's not accurate. We've been doing what we can to put in more catch basins, and we are looking at possibly hiring an engineering firm to give us a hydrostatic or hydrology study to see where the problems are, because we don't know. We don't know what the issues are. We hired a company using some of this money to do an inspection of all of the pipes to see if there were any breaks or if there were any clogs. Where there are breaks, we're going to try to take care of that. But tying up $5 million without a specific plan, without a specific project, with all the engineering that's going to take to get it done, you know, you can't just open up a road and stop putting pipes in. You have to get the proper engineering done.
Anyone else like to comment, public comments? The issue is the $5 million for infrastructure.
Hi, again, my name's Libby Merrill, and I live in Ward 3. I will echo, I agree, it's really important to have livable infrastructure, and if we don't have that, almost nothing else is going to be necessary. Or, you know, we can't do almost anything else. The question I have for the council, though, and this may have been covered in a previous session that I didn't and I wasn't aware of. Is there a reason why the council is feeling like the need to specifically to pass ordinances to specifically earmark this money?
I'll
can
leave that up.
I can answer that.
Councilman Fogarty?
This one's about infrastructure. And because of the people that have called that have had major problems with their infrastructure in our cities, that's why I put this on there, for that reason.
Yeah, I think
What you're
so.
up here now for. Thank you.
Yes, so I think everyone would agree that every one of these, or I would imagine everyone would agree every one of these projects is really important. So I guess at the risk of, my question is kind of in general, especially Councilman Rodrick's, to what you said about not having a specific plan. Is there a reason why we, ahead of having a plan in this case, need to earmark a significant chunk of this money? Like, is there some reason that, this is an honest question, is there some reason the city council is wanting to pass ordinances to earmark these things rather than?
Councilman Fogarty.
I can address that one on the infrastructure. As far as last meeting, there was a need for these issues that we didn't have the funds for, that weren't granted or funded previously, counseled. And these are new issues that can be assisted immediately with these funds. Immediate addressing to these people. Within the 24 deadline of using it and 26 completing it, I'm comfortable and confident that the addressing, without having to tie up any other funds that hasn't been allocated, this will address it.
And also,
There we go.
also past council, right after the pandemic, there was a survey out that we have. The number one issue on the minds of taxpayers at that time was infrastructure. So we're addressing the needs of the concerns of the citizens at that time. When that survey went out, infrastructure was the number one issue.
Yeah, so I guess my question is, is there a concern that if we didn't like pass an ordinance to like earmark this money, that it wouldn't go to that, or that like there wouldn't be enough money for it?
I'm going to answer for, I'm not going to speak for the council, but I think that's the underlying issue here, that majority of this council feels that these projects will not get done if they don't earmark the monies. I'm in the middle on that. I would like to see a plan. I would like to see a professional engineer tell us where those, I get those calls, we all get the calls, and we all say we need infrastructure. There's nothing under our roads called infrastructure. They're called pipes, they're called lines, they're called drains. Anyway, you know how I feel. We need to get this stuff done, but I think that should answer.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to understand. Like, is there a reason why you're trying to?
We're open-minded on every project.
Okay.
Come with a plan, and we'll sit here and do it. So we've gotten things thrown at us being general. Well, it's the opposite way. Concrete numbers, I'm a numbers guy. Come here, they make sense, we move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak on this issue?
Roll call first and second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
And again, I'll vote aye, not to be an obstructionist, and I'll be very curious to see how this plays out in the end. All unanimous in favor. Thank you. Next.
An ordinance of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $400,000 to the Planning Department for the Storefront Improvement Program to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Again, this was discussed at the last meeting at length. No discussion on the council. Is there anyone here to speak from the public? Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego, Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Aye. Passes unanimous.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $550,000 for placemaking throughout the city to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Any other council discussion? Anyone from the public? Mayor.
Once again, that's a lot of money that we're putting towards something that will make a difference short term, but it will not be a transformational project that will last for generations. The community center is something that would serve all of our population for generations. The question was asked, why is the council doing this? My interpretation of why the council is doing this is they don't want to see the community center. They want to kill it, and they're not in support of it. So let's lock up this money into their projects that they want to see done so that we can't get the community center built for our community. That is the real answer of what's going on. Now, I just received yesterday an email, $14 million gets us a full regulation pool and a multi-purpose community center. We're trying to leverage other dollars to bring more money into the city. Our paving contract, we were able to leverage another $600,000 to do paving in our city. So anytime we can leverage more money to come to East Providence residents, that's what we do as an administration. But once again, you're locking up the money. You're taking that, you're handcuffing this administration. You're handcuffing these dollars. We will not be able to leverage these dollars to bring more money to the city of East Providence, to the residents, to benefit the residents of East Providence. So I support the placemaking. I think it's wonderful. What is it, 450,000? Is it $500,000? What is it?
Or
$500,000 for placemaking. Listen, it sounds like a wonderful thing, and we've done, and I got to give Melissa a lot of credit with a lot of the placemaking that she's done. It's been wonderful, but it's $500,000 for a wonderful project that will last maybe a few years, 10 years, maybe max. You're not going to have a Pierce Stadium type project that will last for generations. That's what the people back then did. They looked at, hey, how can we build something that's going to impact generations of people in East Providence? I love the placemaking. I support the placemaking. Locking up that money makes no sense.
I think that we should, maybe for the next council meeting, we should get this community center issue on the agenda and let's make a decision.
Again, if we have a plan, we'll do it. You know, I'm the number one supporter for that community center here. So just come to us with the plan.
There'll be no money left. You guys are you're locking up all the money right now.
Bob, it can be undone, as we said.
Yes.
But it can be undone.
Okay,
Excuse me, we don't
okay.
need the audience.
Let's,
Thank you.
anybody else?
We support you.
Anyone else want to come forward and speak on the placemaking item? Madam Clerk?
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego,
Nay.
Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Next, please.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $500,000 for adaptive playground equipment for the city's special needs population to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Lawson, a very loud second.
I don't know what happened. It just, what did you do? Did you raise that?
No, you almost ate the thing.
Oh, sorry.
Back up
I mean, obviously, this is very dear and
Close to
near.
you.
This is very dear and in my heart. So I have a plan. Having a special needs daughter, it's very important. The city has not done enough for special needs people.
That is a
This is why we're allocating
That's
these.
the reason why we're doing stuff like that, to help everybody in this community.
Anyone else on the council, anyone in the audience wish to speak under the public hearing? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Fogarty,
Aye.
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo,
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Aye. Ayes have that unanimously. Thank you. Next. Number 16, that was it on the public hearing.
Mr. President,
Yes,
I just want to confirm that we called for a public hearing on that matter.
yes, I believe I asked for comment. Yeah, I might have rushed it. Just to be on the safe side, show of hands, did anyone want to speak on that last vote? We could reopen it. Thank you, Mr. Solicitor, appreciate it. So that concludes the public hearing. We can go back to the workshops. And did we have, what was next, Madam Clerk? Before the workshops, was there something else? You want to finish the public hearing, the public comment, or you want to just go back to the budget? And public comment. Oh, yeah. All right, why don't we do that for now? Go to the public comment section of the agenda. Madam Clerk, did you have a list of, and I'm going to ask for those who signed up under the council rules, you could keep comments to 3 or 4 minutes. I will use my discretion to let you finish a thought if you're not quite done. We don't want to be redundant and go on and on, but everyone will get a chance to speak, and we will allow that. So the clerk will read names from those who signed up before the meeting. And when your name is called, if you still want to speak, you need to come forward and give your name and address and the topic. Yes, go ahead.
Starting with item 9, communications, we have Nancy Hale speaking on the topics of city safety, school zone cameras, and budget.
Nancy Hale, 889 Bullocks Point Avenue. I'm just a resident, so I'm not privy to all the information that all of you work with on a daily basis. So it's hard to, but I can speak to the feeling I get when I'm here with regard to, it feels like a lot of conflict around money, which there always will be. But
What was your
one of the
topic?
questions I had on the form that I filled out was, it seems as if the speed cameras are being used to raise money. Yet I have not, and I do try to read the post, and I have been here. And I was here at the last meeting with the gentleman from the company who was sort of cut off in his presentation a little bit. But what is the income at this point? Who knows what is the income from the speed cameras from inception to the end of June 30th? Income, at the bottom line income.
Well, that was all discussed at the last.
What's the answer?
And I don't have, that's not on the agenda tonight.
Yeah, it is. That's
No.
what I wrote.
No, ma'am.
Yeah, I did.
You have a-
Budget and speed cameras.
We'll speak one at a time, please. I listen to
It's not,
you.
it's, could you,
I don't have, we were talking at the last meeting at length. We had overheads. Public was told they can pick up.
so someone must know what
Excuse
the
me,
answer to this
I
question
finished.
is.
Well, I can't answer you if you're not going to let me finish.
But it's a question I posed,
And I'm giving you the answer.
which is a number.
I don't have the number.
Okay, that's why I don't have it.
It was brought out at the last meeting. We
Does
talked about
anyone
$3
have
million was placed in this budget, 3 million in the last budget. There was talk
So
about,
we got 6 million that came in from the cameras?
finished, there was talk about $8 million was in tickets, but we didn't realize that. We maybe got 5 million because of a number of reasons. That was all specifically brought up, specifically talked about, specifically on the screens. It's,
I was here.
what's that?
I was here.
Okay.
But what's the bottom line? How much money has come in?
I just
Without,
gave you
like,
the
how many?
best answer I can.
6 million, is that it?
I can't give you a specific number.
Where's the money? Where did it go?
It's in this budget. I don't administer, the council does not administer that
That would
money
be-
is,
That would be a question to, I know you communicate with the administration. That's it.
Not very easily.
Oh.
I mean, sometimes easily, sometimes, it's just a jam up of information and the Post comes out with wrong information sometimes, which is part of journalism. That's piece of the process. But this isn't journalism. Here, someone should have the bottom line at this time on how much money has actually been collected and where did it go? Where is it accounted for?
well, I just gave you a pretty good general idea of the monies that are in. Our budget process, which we haven't been able to get to yet,
Okay.
is going to determine that. That's why this is called a workshop.
All right. Well, the length of the meeting, I'm going to keep my comments to that tonight.
Appreciate it.
I am making an effort to understand both by reading the paper
And
and
you-
being here, but it's not clear.
And you can come into City Hall in the morning, and I know you come here often. You can come
I'm
in.
trying to
and-
cut back.
Well, that might be welcomed, but you can get a full report here from into the.
Nancy, according to the budget, the Census Gatso cameras, half year fiscal year 23 took in $1.8 million, $32,164. $1,832,164.
Okay. Like, I'm not really good with numbers. So if that's not clear, what else I want to know is how much total has come in over the years. Not like.
I think it was about 5. I
That's
think, yeah. I think
approximately
since the
5.
cameras went online, we were told about 5. Now you got to remember, just because, say, 100 tickets were issued, that doesn't mean 100 people paid.
I don't
So
care
that
about all
includes-
that difficult,
So when you say the number
tedious
was
math.
off,
I just want to know how much has come in and where did it go to the general
it
fund?
goes into the general fund.
And then where does it go from there?
That's what we're discussing,
Yeah,
how to allocate the
So
general
you
fund
haven't had
money.
that meeting yet.
That's what we're doing now.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next name, please.
We have Angie Lovegrave from Don Avenue speaking on affirmative action.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
You did get your name already, but if you want to state it.
Yep, I'm a longtime resident of East Providence. I live on Don Avenue. I'm also on the Affirmative Action Committee and the first person of color that has been placed on the Personnel Hearing Board, thanks to our current mayor. So there's been some rumbling by our residents in the city of East Providence about concerns about talk that there's some talk here amongst council about getting rid of affirmative action. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. But here's what I say about affirmative action. Having been involved with civil rights for many, many years, working at the Commission for Human Rights for over 30 years, investigating allegations of discrimination, having been here on the Affirmative Action Committee and seen some of the issues that have taken place in previous administrations, which I can list some of those things to remind you the importance of affirmative action and what happens when things go awry, when affirmative action or the Office of Affirmative Action is not allowed to do the work that it has been assigned to. I'll start with I believe it was in 2013 when the city hired 13 white firefighters, even after the Affirmative Action Committee wrote a cease and desist letter so we can look into the inappropriateness of the hiring process. Fortunately, no lawsuits were filed in that matter. We were very lucky. You can take a breath. The second one is, it wasn't until Mayor De Silva became the mayor that, as I pointed out, that they finally put a person of color on the Personnel Hearing Board. We have a very diverse city. I don't understand why it took so long. But then again, fortunately, in that aspect, the affirmative action, the Office of Affirmative Action worked. The Affirmative Action Committee has worked hard since the Budget Commission left to give the department its own budget. That only happened because of the current mayor. If you look at the city's top administration, you will see the majority are white with only 2 men of color. Again, how does that happen? Why is that? And a city so diverse like the city of East Providence. And this has gone on for a very long time. And it's not like where people of color in the city of East Providence are asking for special treatment. Always the point of affirmative action is to kind of level the playing field a little bit, to give us an opportunity. And that's why affirmative action works, when it's allowed to work. Finally, again, as I mentioned earlier, let's not forget about the past lawsuits of discriminatory practices that occurred a couple of years prior to Mayor De Silva's election, which resulted in great emotional pain and trauma to those city employees affected, a significant financial loss to our local government, not to mention the stain it left on our great city. I would also be remiss if I did not raise the fact that a large part of these situations may have been preventable had the Affirmative Action Office been allowed to do its job and been involved. So that's what I had. That's my comment for today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very
And
much.
if I could address, because this is about me, I simply asked the question, why is the affirmative action pulled out of HR and it's on its own separate thing? Never mentioned doing away with affirmative action. We're
Well, I
doing the
appreciate
budget.
that.
It was just a question I had.
This is the first I've heard
And
of it.
I apologize if somehow it got twisted into saying Rick
Yeah.
Lawson wants to end. No, absolutely not. We're doing the budget, and the only thing I question is, a couple years back, it was part of HR. I just had the question, why was it removed out?
Well, I think it was a very good thing that it was moved out, sir, because it can't work together. There's a conflict. People need to be able, the Affirmative Action Office always needs to be separate.
Okay.
The people need to be able to feel comfortable going in and speaking to the affirmative action and lodging complaints. You can't do that when you're in the office of HR. It just doesn't work. It's a major problem. It's a conflict. So the Affirmative Action Committee worked very hard and fought for that separation because that's how it was before. And somehow or another, it changed. And when it changed, sir, all hell broke loose. That's what I say about that. That's the answer to
So
your.
I should have went to you, and this wouldn't have been necessary.
Thank you so much.
That's all I wanted
Thank
was
you
an
so
answer.
much, Councilman Lawson, for
And
this
and we'll
opportunity. Thank you
get,
so much.
thank you, and then we'll discuss it a little more when we get
Thanks
to
for all
that,
you do.
Thank you.
to that item. In the-
I
And
apologize, you guys had to come out. I just questioned why it was pulled out of HR.
Guys,
And
wanted
this
to comment?
person will never allow that. Long before you moved to Don Avenue, as you know, my family lived on Don Avenue. We were the first family with the vowel, one of the first families in Rumford. So I know what you went through and what you go through now. I'm first generation Portuguese, and to live in Rumford on Don Avenue, you've been there about 20 something years, or almost 30 years. I've lost track, but I know what it's like, and it will never be an issue. I've said this to Elma before. I know what it's like to go through being up there and being the only kid with dark hair and a vowel in that neighborhood until it changed now, and will never, never happen as long as I sit on this council.
Councilman, you've lost the dock here through the years. Next
More
on
than you.
next on the list,
Carol Brown, speaking on affirmative action.
and as you're coming up, Carol, I just want to add that as council president, not one council member had called me or made a suggestion that affirmative action needed to be removed or thrown out of the city. I think, as Councilman Lawson said, he had some budget questions, like some of us may have had, and that's what started this. And there was a rumor about, well, the recent Supreme Court ruling. Well, that was only for a couple of colleges and universities. It did not say that the United States Supreme Court did not say affirmative action is tossed out. And I confirmed that today with a member who works with the Rhode Island Supreme Court and a couple of other jurists who said, no, affirmative action has not been, it maybe was sullied a little bit by the U.S. Supreme Court in hurting colleges and universities, but it is still a policy. It is still one that, as Councilman Rigo said, and I think all of us support strongly. I support that it needs to be independent because you cannot have an affirmative action officer that maybe is reporting to another administrator who may give him or her some difficulty. So in the wisdom of East Providence in years past, they did separate the position. And as you mentioned, ma'am, this city has gone through millions of dollars in lawsuits that they lost long before all of us here, long before Mayor De Silva. As far as I know, there have been no discrimination cases brought up recently. But years ago, we were losing them 1, 2, 3 a year. So the city, I think, has turned the corner on that, and I'm proud that we have an affirmative action officer who is separate and apart from any kind of outside pressures. So for the rest of you want to speak, you're welcome to speak, but relax and know that there was never any move by this council that I have heard to do away with it. There are some budget questions about all the department heads. That's all it started from. I'm sorry, ma'am. Please give your name and address.
My name is Carol Brown, and I live at 99 Goldsmith Avenue. And I'm dressed this way because I'm native, and our people have been here long before any of you people came. We've been here for thousands of years in East Providence. I am on the Affirmative Action Committee. I am also the chairperson for the Mayor's Council on Indigenous People and for the city of East Providence, in case any of you didn't know that we had this committee. I am here today to talk about a friend of mine who many years ago was overlooked 3 times by the city of East Providence for the position of superintendent of schools for the city of East Providence. Izzy Ramus was very well qualified. In fact, in my opinion and several people's opinions, was overqualified to be the superintendent of schools for the city of East Providence. Dr. Izzy Ramus could have been the superintendent of schools for the city of East Providence, but East Providence went out of state 3 times and got someone to come here who didn't know the city, didn't know our culture, didn't know our children, knew nothing about us, but brought them in to be the superintendent of schools over our children. What a slap in the face for Isidore Ramus, sitting right there. And you know the reason why? Color. That's the only reason why, because he was very well qualified to be the superintendent of schools for East Providence. Shame on East Providence. Shame. Whoever voted for him then, those people, 3 times to go over his head to be the superintendent of schools for East Providence, should hang their head in shame. This man sitting right there, very well qualified, and this is why we need affirmative action. And I hope it never, ever, ever comes out of East Providence. We will always have affirmative action in this city, always. And I hope this never, ever happens again in this city. If it's ever tried, you will see something that will come up in East Providence that will never, it will never happen again. There will be such a force that will arise in this city. We are educated.
I just want to interrupt you. We're a little bit over the limit, and we have a lot of people who want to speak.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Could wrap it up, that'd be
Yes,
fine.
I'm wrapping it up.
Thank you.
We need affirmative action here, and it will stay. We have one person in this office, one person sitting right here, a man of color. You're paying one salary. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim McLean, there's no topic stated.
What was the name? Elisha?
Left.
Dr. Amos, I don't think anyone will object if you want to speak. Without objection, is that okay? Okay.
As long as we swear him in.
Since I was mentioned, I do want to say that my whole career has been based on doing what's right for the city. And whether it's a mistake or not, just let me tell you something. If you're talking on the budget, whether you're talking on the budget, whether you're talking about people, whether you're talking about opportunities, just a little idea of moving affirmative action officer because of money has a major impact on this city. And one of the things, and I have to agree that if it's not broke, why go look at it? And the fact of the matter is, this city has grown multiple times greater than even when I was in the seats like you are. And it has grown. The people, I mean, just the fact that we got out, I hate to say it this way, but the older people in our community who remembered what they went through before affirmative action really took hold in this city. And I have to go back to what Councilman said in regards to his last name. But you got to remember, a vowel at the end of your name is very different than a person has a different color, because you can get away with it. But when I walk through the door, or when any person of color walks through the door, they're noticed. And that means in regards to jobs, fairness, or whatever we attempt to do. And I can go, and rather than sit up here and tell you stories, I can go all the way back to when my parents was in East Providence. My grandparents was in East Providence. I can go all the way back when my mother graduated from East Providence school system in 1928, and I was the first person of color to teach in East Providence High School. Now that just tells you why did it, and I don't need the accolades. Why does it take so long? Why does it take so long that we all go to school together, we all come out, and all of a sudden, we don't get the jobs and others do? Why? We have to move out of the city. But guess what? That's changed in this city. It's changed because I really feel proud that we do have a mayor who's brought, and a council who's brought people together. We had opportunities in the outer lounge there. We had a flag raising. Every group has an opportunity. I was here with the indigenous people. I was here with the the Spanish. I was here with the Cape Verdeans. I was here, and the mayor has really, not just the mayor, but the mayor, the council, and others in this community brought this community together the way I always like to see it. And I'll tell you right now, we have a great, great community. We have a great police staff. We have a great fire staff. We have great opportunities, and we are getting the opportunities of employment and everything else. But we have to make sure that it stays that way, because I can tell you, once you remove the affirmative action, we have a tendency to fall back the old way, and I don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have Candy Seal speaking on ARPA funds for Parkway nomination.
Candy Seal, 1340 South Broadway, East Providence, 02914. Thank you, Council President. I will be brief.
Well,
Tonight, you have voted on a number of ordinances appropriating ARPA funds to a variety of projects put forth as beneficial to our community. I come before you as a representative of Keep Metacomet Green to request that you consider supporting another beneficial project, the nomination of the Veterans Memorial Parkway to the National Register of Historic Places. A previous application for nomination to the registry was begun, then stalled in the early 1990s. It is unclear why that effort withered away. It was a worthwhile cause then. It is still worthwhile now, even more so with development along the parkway impinging upon this historic roadway and threatening to turn it into our own congested Route 6 in Seekonk. Elevation to the National Registry or to the National Scenic Byways Program, which we also support, will not completely protect the parkway from alteration. It will, however, put in place additional safeguards that will help protect it from any destructive plans to cut into it with new entrances and roundabouts that will only serve a developer's needs and not that of the public. The previous council voted its support for this historic roadway by adding protective language about traffic signalization and development limited to the current capacity of the parkway before ratifying the Waterfront Commission's amendment of the 2003 plan that added the Metacomet subject district to the Waterfront District. Sorry for that long sentence. This council demonstrated its support of protecting the parkway by endorsing a proposal by KMG that the proposed design guidelines promulgated by the Commission for Development of the Metacomet Subject District contain the same provisions. Several months ago, the nomination to the National Registry was a topic of discussion in the Planning Department. The discussion centered around the possibility of the city administration providing matching funds to obtain a state grant to pay for a survey of the parkway and a qualified professional to resurrect the application and bring it to completion. The city administration declined to do so. A ballpark estimate of up to $25,000 was talked about at the time. The ARPA funding for projects you have voted for this evening totals $10,150,000. As of your last meeting, there were $14 million available. Before the balance of the ARPA funds are appropriated elsewhere, KMG requests that a resolution be introduced at the next meeting to appropriate no more than $25,000 of ARPA funds to advance the nomination of the Veterans Memorial Parkway to the National Register of Historic Places. We will be happy to submit a draft resolution to move things along. If $50,000 for a utility box art project, as an example, meets the criteria for ARPA funds, we feel strongly that $25,000 for the protection of our city's scenic and historic byway is equally appropriate. Thank you.
Please send that to me. I will be more than happy to sponsor that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
thank you, Ms. Seal.
I'll co-sponsor that, Walter.
Heather Andrade, Metacomet survey.
Good evening. I am Heather Andrade. I know you all know where I live. I wanted to speak on some fantastic and historic news. After many correspondence throughout the last 3 years, it is now verified that the Rhode Island Historical Preservation and Heritage Commission has confirmed with what KMG suspected all along. There's a high probability that the Metacomet land holds Native American artifacts and likely a cemetery. In a second letter to Principal Planner and Historic Committee Liaison Patrick Hanner, an identical letter was sent in 2020 by former Executive Director Paul Lother. In this letter, Jeff Emity, current Executive Director of the Rhode Island Historic Preservation, states that the Metacomet land is a highly sensitive area. Indigenous tribes use this area for hundreds of years, making their way to and from Barrington, Warren, and Bristol. Documented artifacts have been found up and down the Veterans Memorial Parkway. Many artifacts, graves, and an ancient one were found in the 1930s dig at Jones Pond, right next to Pierce Field, making it all the more probable that the Met may have been a village and perhaps there may be a cemetery on the land. In his letter, Mr. Emity states that a comprehensive architectural survey should be conducted on the Met before any development. Furthermore, the developers, Marshall Properties, are responsible for this survey before any development is started. Mr. Emity goes on to write that the City of Providence is responsible for making sure that the comprehensive survey is started and completed. Time is of the essence as digging has not stopped on the Met land. East Providence can now be in on making sure that the history and artifacts and ancient ones of all the indigenous tribes that occupied the Met land and surrounding areas are found and recorded and brought to where they should be. KMG would like the council's support of our draft resolution to make sure the Planning Department and the Waterfront Commission follow through on this survey before any further excavation is done. We are more than happy to send a digital version of the resolution also. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather.
Jim Vincent, no topic stated.
Welcome, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you. Thank you. Jim Vincent. I'm formerly of Riverside, and I used to be the housing coordinator here in the city in the 90s. I'm the chair of East Bay Community Action Program. But I'm here to just briefly say that, as you said, Council President, and as Angie mentioned, and I also would like to acknowledge Anna Moniz John, who was the Affirmative Action Director here in the 90s, who I worked very well with. It was mentioned that in terms of HR, that the affirmative action person reporting to HR would be a conflict of interest, and I'm here to strongly agree with that. That is inherently something that cannot work. It's not viable. A brief story is that, I was the HR, not the HR, but the Civil Rights Compliance Officer for RIPTA. And one reason why I was hired is because they were out of compliance. They had their affirmative action person reporting to HR. And they had also had their DBE person or MBE person reporting to the planning director or the procurement director. So what the USDOT did was stop funding for RIPTA because they said, you're out of compliance. It's a conflict of interest. You will not be funded until you get that civil rights officer away from HR and get that procurement officer away from the procurement director and have them independent so they can do their job. So USDOT strongly said that for a civil rights or affirmative action director, reporting to HR was a blatant conflict of interest, and RIPTA will not be funded if they continue with that bad practice. So I just want to just underscore it with, at least how one federal agency looks at it. It should never be under HR. That's a blatant conflict of interest. Or under any other department, it should be working directly from the mayor. And I think that's enough said.
Thank you. Mr. Vincent, does Councilman Lawson know you left Riverside? Yeah. He doesn't believe anyone leaves Riverside once they're...
If you ever hear anything like this, come talk to me. I love talking to people. And I just asked a question. Why was it not under HR? And it was clearly answered. So I apologize for any concern that may have come up, but doing the budget was a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? That completes the list. Okay, thank you to those who took the time to stay here and speak. Can we resume the agenda, Madam Clerk? Gonna go back. Right, we'll do the hour of the evening. We'll go through some. There may be some quicker than others. Do we want to do police and fire and maybe leave it at that? Mr. Director, are you set up for that? We'll do police and fire first. Both chiefs are here, so.
Can I just,
Yes,
through the chair?
Councilwoman.
Since our affirmative action is one single individual, can we just get him?
Oh, that's true. Good point.
Not one, just one. He's a big, just one person, but it's a small budget.
Yeah, good point. So why don't we do that? Mr. Moore will take care of affirmative action since that's a timely time of the evening.
It was on the docket and spoken about, so.
Right, and it's also on docket. So if we want to look at that in our budgets, and Mr. Pena, if you'd like to come forward as we pull out the documents, if you'd like to make any kind of an opening statement or comment.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. First, I want to formally introduce myself to the council for those who don't know me. My name is Elmer Pena. I'm in my 18th year here as the affirmative action officer, and I've enjoyed every 18 years that I've been here. So my job, again, is to ensure that everything we do with the city is a fair and equitable process. I investigate racial discrimination and sexual harassment investigations. I ensure that all contractors and firms abide by the affirmative action rules given by the federal and state government. I also am the community service coordinator, so I take in community service from court order community service. I also take care of our East Providence High School individuals who are looking to do community service in order to graduate. I am also the municipal integrity officer. As the municipal integrity officer, I oversee the East Providence Community Advisory Board, the Mayor's Advisory Council of Indigenous Affairs, and the Mayor's Advisory Council in LGBTQ+. Also, as a municipal integrity officer, I take in constituent complaints. And what I do is I investigate those complaints. Either I help solve that problem or I connect them to different resources in the state to help them solve their problems. I'm also oversee the East Providence Prevention Coalition. Those are our friends where we send some of the youth out to do decoys for tobacco stings and alcohol enforcement. So I oversee that program. But I just wanted to rewind a little bit. Councilman Lawson just wanted to bring you up to speed. This is not the first time this has come up. Back in 2000, I believe 9 or 2010, the same conversation came up. The conversation was to eliminate affirmative action. And what that did is sent shockwaves through the community, as you can see. And I stand here on the shoulders of Dr. Ramos. I stand here on the shoulders of Anna Moniz John, and I stand on the shoulders of Jim Vincent, former NAACP president. So this is very near and dear to my heart. East Providence is turning a very beautiful melting pot, right? You look at the community, you see the schools, all new different faces are coming into the community. And I think the best thing we can do as the city council, as administration, is best reflect that by hiring people who look like them, people who sound like them. And those goals are not going to be attainable if we don't have affirmative action or EEO in our offices. So I ask you, and my door is always open. If you have any questions in regards to numbers, diversity, anything like that, I'd love to sit down and show you what I do and how I do it. And I also want to thank the mayor because during the budget commission time was here, I was on timeout. They put me on timeout for about 5-6 years where I couldn't really use my authority. Therefore, there were a lot of hiring, a lot of promotional done without affirmative action being at the table. Since Mayor De Silva came in, I sit in every interview to ensure it's an equitable and fair process. Because what we want to do is we want to eliminate the political bureaucracy of, oh, my father used to play golf with that guy, you should hire him. That's the problem. That's how we get in trouble. And what I try to do is avoid that by being at every interview. And if there's something there, I have a great working relationship with the new HR director, Rob Perry. So him and I work very closely on different things that we see, good, bad, or indifferent, but we're on the same page. Whereas in the years past, we didn't have that.
Mr. Director, would you agree that affirmative action means, as you described, ensuring a fairness process in hiring and other associated events, not necessarily quotas of hiring people of color or people of any background? It's not about we have to hire 10 or 11 or 12. I mean, there should be a number reflective of the community, but it's mainly about fairness and equal opportunities.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a good point. So the word quota in our world of affirmative action is a bad word. We never say quota. We don't want to meet quota because it's a bad word. What we would like to do, we're looking to diversify, right? Diversify our workforce. So when somebody walks into the building, they say, hey, you know what? Why is it nobody looks like me, Elmer? Right? Coming to pay my taxes, or I'm coming here, I'm going there. Nobody looks like me. But we are diverse. Chief Francisconi and I have been doing a good job in diversifying the police department. You really don't see them as much because they're third shift or they're just finishing the academy. The fire department also is becoming more and more diverse. But there's still work to done, right? There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I stand by affirmative action and equal employment opportunity, again, to ensure everything is fair to everyone.
Any questions, Councilman Rigo?
I do. Thank you again we've had many discussions since I've been on the city council. So I want to thank you. I didn't realize you had more titles than what you did. So I appreciate that. So we first met when I was coaching and you were refereeing. So
That's correct.
This ties into together. You say you investigate situations around
Yes, sir.
here. So when you're refereeing, if I never did it, so you never teed me up, but if there's magic words, no matter how loud or how soft they are, if a coach said a magic word, they would get a technical foul, right?
Absolutely.
So in the scenario here, if anybody in this city was to say a magic word that might be indecent, they should be disciplined, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I've been called those magic words once or twice, sir.
Well, I've been here since 8 months. I get them called all the time. But anyways, no, I just want to make sure that, I know you're a fair and equitable guy, and to tie people into your time of being a referee, it brings good value because you can see everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Your budget looks okay to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, does anyone have any financial questions?
Looks great to me. You do a great job, Elmer. Thank
Okay.
you very much
sir.
for all your service.
Thank you, sir.
So, and again, we're not voting, so
I got financial questions.
yes.
Yeah. So, thank you for the explanation, everything. Again, it was just a question I had. It was never a talk about getting rid of anything.
Sure.
So budget-wise, purchase property services, 980. What's that for?
I don't. Oh. Yeah, I do have a personal cell phone that that constituents call me. Again, as a municipal integrity officer, I get phone calls in the evening. I get phone calls on the weekends. For example, I got a phone call last weekend. Someone felt they were discriminated against at a Chili's restaurant here in East Providence, and they wanted to know what could they do, what are their rights. So I'd pick up a call, and I would help them, or they'll come see me. So my cell phone, I also do have a laptop in there somewhere. So
Okay. Other purchase services. So fiscal year 23, you budgeted 6,000. Half year, nothing was spent. This year, there's an increase of 2,000 to 8,000. Is there a reason why we didn't spend 6,000 this fiscal year and we're asking for 2 more for next year?
what I did, sir, is I consolidated the budget line items because I felt there was some line items that I wasn't using. Like for example, postage. I don't really send postage.
Okay.
I think social media is the highway to go in terms of advertising and word of mouth as well. So that's one line item that did eliminate.
Okay. And let's see. Public celebrations
Yes, sir.
went from where we at, 3,500 and nothing was spent yet this year. And next year you're asking for 1,500 more.
That's a correction. There are things that have been spent through public celebrations. We had the LGBTQ Pride Parade. We just had the 32nd annual Anemones, Neighborhood Day at Anemones Park that we used. There were some funds that were used for Black History Month and also for Martin Luther King Day celebration. Okay. So what I did is I cut some monies out of a different line item and I added to that just because of the cost of things going up each year. I'd make sure that I'm within budget.
Okay. And training and conferences, 3,000. What is that going to be used for?
Exactly for that, sir. Training for our laws are forever changing, so I go to different trainings that are offered either here in Rhode Island or Massachusetts or Connecticut. I like to take those, and also there's online trainings I take as well.
Okay. I work for Brown, and I usually have a DEI training once a week. So if you want, I can send you some of those modules.
That'd be great. Thank you.
That's it. That's all I had questions about the money.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Rego.
I just want to close, probably be the last one, it's more of a statement. I want to thank you, and I want to apologize if there was any information. I foresee that this was trying to make this council look bad. We never, ever did that. I think he, she, or a group of people who tried to lump us as being anti-affirmative action was trying to divert attention. I should say, put attention on us to avert it away from other issues and to try to make this council look bad and try to put a stake or a divide into the minority community in the city of East Providence. And he, she, they, or group who tried to do this, and I'm only speaking for myself, should be ashamed of themselves for putting the five of us and accusing us of something. We stand behind you. We always stand behind you. And I look at this as a way of trying to make this council look bad on other issues. But I support everything in your community. And again, he, she, group, or whoever started this should be ashamed of themselves to put us what we went through tonight.
Thank you, Councilman.
There are no other comments, so we don't have to vote on this tonight. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we want to, I know I said police fire, but maybe piggybacking to this is HR and the director is here. So, sorry, Chief, we'll get to the police and then fire. So HR Director Perry, welcome to the podium as we get our documents together. Do you want to make any statements? Or?
Yes, good evening, members of the council. Thank you for having me here this evening. For the most part, the budget this year is very similar to last year. The thing that I would draw your attention to is the increase in ADP. That is the employment management system that we do use. It's my understanding that we are now past the time when, in our contract, when ADP has given us those benefits for the first 3 years, they give you a reduced rate. So at this point, we do have an increase of $44,000. ADP is used for HR management. It's used for benefits. It's used for payroll, time, and attendance. So it's really the backbone of what we're doing in the HR department. Aside from that, I would just draw your attention to a couple of the items. I realize in looking a little more carefully at this that some seem to be redundant, and those particularly are in the areas of training and professional development. Frankly, in the future, I would probably try to do something like Elmer did, which was roll them into a single line item. However, the mayor has made a commitment to training, to providing employees with the skills that they need to adapt to the modern work world, particularly post-COVID. We are seeing a lot of challenges among our workforce when it comes to mental health, dealing with constituents in positive and sometimes challenging ways. And in addition, just learning to create a positive work environment. So a lot of training has been provided. Mr. Pina and I have more actively in the springtime started those trainings. I will answer any questions specific to the budget at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Questions? Councilman Lawson?
So the ADP contract, usually you pay a yearly fee for software for the license and support. They do technical support, including this?
They do. And we have a contract in which every time we run payroll, we actually have a fee associated with that. So that's one of the things that can fluctuate a little bit. Yes, we do have technical
They
support.
charge you for running payroll?
Yeah, so every time we run payroll, there's a particular fee associated with it in addition to the contract that is.
So every 2 weeks?
Yep.
And what's that? fee
And
usually?
some additional ones as well. So if there are special fees such as off payroll weeks, may have uniform allowances, et cetera. But for the most part, I was on support with ADP today, and we will not see a specific bill for that.
Deferred compensation, what's that?
We have the EPPM TEA as deferred compensation in their contract this year. So I believe the deferred comp is coming from.
Is that money we owe people? What's that mean, deferred?
So the one of the unions, the EPPM TEA, they negotiated deferred compensation into their contract. So the members who are in the HR department do receive some deferred compensation in addition to their salary. That's a
You got a 401k, not a municipal?
in addition to the MERS retirement system.
Is that what TIAA is on all these? Mike? Yeah. Okay. Hmm? Gotcha. Okay. All right. Office equipment, 700. What are you buying with that?
I believe that's office equipment. In general, we have seen that we are in need of some things like laminating machines. We also are going to potentially look at upgrading some of our printers this year.
Okay. So if you upgrade the printers, would that, the printing for forms, $250, would a new printer allow you to?
Some forms, so for instance, when we do things like run the budgets, they need to be done, or I recall there was another large printing that we needed to do this year. They need to be done in a timely manner, so we need to send them out for printing.
Okay. And tuition reimbursement, is that for your staff or the city?
So that's when yeah, so again, the EPP MTEA, in their most recent contract, they are able to take up to 2 courses with their tuition and textbooks paid if it is related to their current employment. Up to 2 courses per year.
Okay.
It's citywide, it's not just HR office staff.
Correct.
Yep.
So, yeah, but tuition's also under fire, and there was another department that has tuition in it.
Yes, I believe the police department does have it in their own line item, but it was, I guess, more sound to have it since the chief tends to manage that.
Okay. So we're contractually obligated for tuition reimbursement.
Yes, for the, yes.
Steelworkers and the other union? So both?
Everybody but police and fire. They have their own rights. Other questions of HR, part of the budget for now? Thank you, Mr. Director. Appreciate it. Move on to the police department. Page 98 in the proposal. Welcome, Chief. Thank you for waiting. Would you like to make any opening statement or?
Sure, just very briefly. Thank you, Council President, members of the council. Just wanted to touch briefly and bring you up to date on our hiring. Last year when I stood here, we were in dire straits. I mean, we're in the upper 70s. It's been the first time we had gone below 80 in quite a while. I'm very happy to report currently we're at 90 sworn officers, and that's doesn't include the 3 that are currently in the Rhode Island Municipal Police Academy. We're swearing in another lateral tomorrow. We have another former officer who left for other employment returning to us within the next 2 weeks. We're going to be at 95 within the next, those 3 get out of the academy in December. So we're going to be at 95 officers. If you asked me that last year, if we could get to 95, 96, I would have said absolutely not. I give the men and women of the police department tremendous credit. All hands on deck, full force forward, hiring, recruiting. The men and women were the best recruiters we had, making connections with other police officers, young people, bringing them into our ranks. We've had some tremendous hires. In the year 2022 and 2023, we've onboarded 29 officers, which is just, again, beyond my wildest dreams and expectations to hire that many officers in such a short period of time. We've been selective during that time period also. Some folks did not make it. Some recruits we had to let go. This just wasn't just a quantity. We maintained quality, and we've hired some very, very good folks to join us. So with that being said, take some questions.
Would you agree that that kind of goes against the trend that we're seeing statewide and nationally?
Without a doubt, it absolutely does. It says a lot to the caliber of folks that we have, and people want to come here to work. And that's it says a lot about them.
As a summary comment, and we haven't heard any of this, but I'd like to bring it out publicly. You're not getting a lot of, if any, complaints from the public about mistreatment at the hands. I mean, let's call it the way it is. Nationally, this can be an issue in some cities. Here, I think we're holding our own. We've got a good community, both sides.
So I don't want to jinx myself, but just the other day, I was talking about this with my command staff, and I honestly can't recall the last time we've had an external complaint. And that's just, as a chief, I mean, that is just so, incredible and rewarding. Now, we've had some internal issues, sure, that we've addressed, but we haven't had an external complaint in quite a while.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson.
Just assume. All right, Chief. Detail pay.
Yes.
People pay us for police detail, correct?
Correct. We budget the money up front, and then we are reimbursed by the vendor, and it turns out to be a net revenue.
So we're raising $1 million towards detail pay. Okay.
Yeah, that's the money we set aside. So years ago, when I first started, when you worked a detail, the officer didn't get paid until the vendor paid. So that was changed some years ago, many years ago. where the money is budgeted, the officer is paid in his biweekly check, and then the money is collected from the vendor. And it's what we collect from the vendor is always higher than what we're paying the officer.
Okay. And is the officer pay the same across the board per detail?
No. So a patrol officer receives their time and a half rate. And then everybody else of rank, well, detective corporal receives their time and a half. A sergeant receives their time and a half. Anyone above a sergeant receives a sergeant time and a half. It's capped at a sergeant.
Okay. VIN checks, 40,000. What's that for?
Similar concept as the details. We budget that to pay the officers who do the VIN checks, but we charge $20 per VIN check. So again, it's almost always a net revenue. We take more in than we put out.
Okay. Court pay, I'm assuming when you guys got to go to court.
Yes.
What's acting pay?
Acting pay is if I have someone out long-term injury or deployment per contract, I have to temporarily promote someone. So that covers the difference in salary.
And stipends.
Stipends.
So you went from a budget of 22,500 last fiscal year. You've only spent $496 this year. But now you're asking for 118,000? That's kind of a huge jump there.
Yes. So there's a new stipend. We during negotiations last summer, the city and the union agreed upon an accreditation stipend. So each union member will receive $1,000 upon accreditation, which I might add should be within the next month. Okay. So there was a new accreditation stipend.
Okay. So 1,000, so that's about 95,000 we're gonna be paying out?
Correct.
Okay.
And that stipend line item also includes another contractual stipend for, this one's a little bit confusing, for those officers, when they hit 20 years, if they are detective corporals and above, they receive a $1,500 stipend.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
I have a question.
Councilman Rigo?
School crossing guards, how many do you have?
Well, we have a total of 17 crossings that we budget for. 15 of them are paid at $55 per day. And then 2 of them, the busier ones at the high school and Bayview Academy, are paid at $85 a day.
Bayview is predominantly to control traffic, correct?
Yeah, that is, you're not crossing many children there, you're controlling traffic, and it's busy.
What is the criteria to have a crossing guard?
So we work with the school department in assessing. So last year, just prior to budget season, the crossings had not been reviewed in many, many years. And Deputy Chief Raymer, who was a captain at the time, took it on. He met with the folks at the school department. We went over every single crossing. So currently, out of this list of 17, we have probably, we eliminated some last year. I don't recall how many we eliminated. But we also have a list out of those 17 that must be filled. And then we have a few that, aren't as busy, that don't necessarily have to be filled. So we did a complete overhaul about a year ago, eliminating some and moving some around.
So it's about numbers and safety?
Well, what we did was we had the crossing guards and we sent officers and we observed how many kids do we have here? Are they accompanied by parents? What's the traffic like here? Just like I said, we had some in place for probably 20 years and things change. Bus routes change. So we just did an assessment of what the traffic flow looks like of vehicles, pedestrians, kids, Do we have a teacher out there now because of another reason that's kind of keeping an eye on things? So we did a complete overhaul of all the locations.
So a place like St. Margaret's that got eliminated.
I know there is still one at St. Margaret's. I looked at the list today.
Well, that's new because I was told by parents that that was eliminated. The one that at the cemetery.
I'll have to double check on that. I don't have the list with me.
No, I'm just curious on that one.
Yeah, I don't have the list in front of me, so.
Okay.
Be more than happy to get back to you on
Yeah,
that.
that's what, please copy. So, yeah. But yeah, that would be great if you could send me an email or anything or.
Yeah, I can give you the whole list of crossings.
Yeah, I had a couple of parents question about it.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Who hires the crossing guard?
So it is an application process that, the city HR department does. It's an interview process. We have a representative from the police department that sits on that interview. And we, from there, if they are hired, we do a background check on them. We give them training. We give them training locally and through the state. So they have a certificate as a traffic control person. And the day-to-day operations are monitored and administered by our traffic unit.
One thing that I've noticed as I drive around the state a lot in my business, and maybe I'm wrong because I don't see them, but, and we're going to bring this up at the next council meeting, your cars aren't equipped with most of them aren't equipped with mounted radar, correct?
No, they're not. We did have some fixed units in our traffic vehicles, but now we have several hand radar units.
Obviously, they got to be stationary.
Stationary units. Yeah. Yeah.
So, like in other cities that I see, the offices are driving, and it's mounted so that there's no estimate because it's picking it up. I'm a layman. That radar is picking up the car in front of them or any, like that.
Yeah, it's moving radar. It's usually the vehicles approaching you.
So that would help. I've done research because at the last council meeting, we were accused of not being a council in support of controlling speed throughout the city. I'm ad-libbing the words that was said to us a couple of times at the census meeting. So I'm all for reducing speed, as you know. I'm always, in my neighborhoods, want to reduce speed. So I see somehow where we should be able to get more vehicles with that radar because I think I can't speak for the five of us, but I know we don't want speeding throughout the city. The asset, besides the lights that we have on, the stop signs that, to help slow down traffic, if the men and women in those cars have that radar, that would be another way of decreasing speed, and they're not just estimating that. Would that be something that would be helpful for your department, is to get mounted radar?
Of course, we have a shared, feeling on speeding. We've had several recent accidents, accidents.
As we well know, you
Correct.
and me saw the worst one.
Crashes. So we are, everything's on the table, and this is, a top priority, and it's a constant complaint. And, we're going to do what we need to do to address it.
Right. Because I'm only speaking as one, but I think the five of us agree that we do not support speeding throughout the city.
Understood.
Chief, I just have through the chair. Just have a
Councilwoman,
question.
please, thank you.
It has been, as a recruiting, the lateral have been really beneficial for our city, having lateral hires. Where in the budget does it list where there are stipends or bonuses for those? Because I know that there have been incentives for lateral moves, but I don't see where it would fall in the budget as an expenditure.
I believe in the, Malcolm, correct me if I'm wrong here, the FTEs that come over to the budget, we budget in the regular salary. So a lateral officer has all their benefits and it's loaded into the regular salary line item. So we budget we estimate we're going to hire, say, 6 probationary police officers. We budget all of what a probationary police officer will cost, and that's loaded into regular salaries. Am I accurate on that, Malcolm? Well, we do because they generally start at a higher rate in that FTE.
And then the stipends, draws them in additional to the salary that they're going to get in benefits. So I'm just wondering what that cost looks like.
Yeah, so what Councilwoman's talking about is not the salary, but like, is it a $5,000 or $7,500?
It was a 7,500, which we've since discontinued.
Oh, okay.
How many officers did we recruit with that stipend?
I would have to get back to you on that exact number. I would venture a guess it would be about 5 or 6, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm just trying to figure out where that would be in this budget or in last year's budget, because I don't recall it being something that was in last year's budget.
Right. Yeah, because in the FTEs, we do have a separate section for police officer lateral, probationary police officers, and those are different rates that come over into the budget.
And are you comfortable with the number, as you said earlier, and congratulations on the recruiting numbers, getting them up. You have a concern this fiscal year about retirements that could send that backwards?
So if you look at our severance pay line item, it was the last, I would say, 2 to 3 fiscal years, it was through the roof. We had a ton of retirements. We had a ton of people leaving. I don't anticipate that in this next fiscal year, and we've budgeted accordingly.
Chief, in your department, you have harbor master and animal control. Would you like to address that and we get that out of the way? I mean, they're pretty basic.
They are basic. I have the harbor master and the ACO here to answer any questions you may have.
For the chair.
Councilman Fogarty.
A couple of people have brought to my attention that is it still a location next to the city garage for the, is that Evan? Is that where Evan works?
Yes, the animal control,
Yeah.
is right next to it.
How many people work there?
Currently, right now, it's only 2, but we are hiring.
Well, because I've had 7 to 12 calls about that.
Mm-hmm.
Just to let you know. I haven't emailed you or anything yet, but I'm happy that you're here to.
We are in the process of hiring additional personnel for Evan down at the Animal Control Division.
It's not, yeah. Well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to add, so the public can hear it, congratulations to Evan. I've been involved with a couple of issues where he's had to come out and he was immediately out, very efficient, brought back closure, and it's appreciated. But I'm sorry, Councilwoman?
Thank you. So are we looking, because there was a hiring notice for is there an additional animal control officer that we're hiring for, to have 2?
Correct. Evan is the supervisory animal control officer, and there'll be a second animal control officer underneath him. Mm-hmm.
Are they both, because one of the concerns that we only have daytime, not somebody that's accessible 24 hours or maybe an evening or an on-call. And we know that there are always different calls, and then there's been mutual aid being called in multiple cities trying to get an animal officer to the city to address a concern. So I'm just wondering if this one the second one Are we looking for it to be a different shift or a fluctuating shift?
So they did work kind of different days. I mean, they overlap some. Evan, if you want to speak to what your schedule was when Will was here?
Thank you and congrats.
So the way that we would address that before is that we would kind of stagger our shifts so we weren't always on together. So we would work like, sometimes 12-hour days so that we could cover additional time into the evening, especially in the summertime when, we get more calls for service. That's usually how we would do that. But that would also require potentially some negotiation with the unions because we were doing that voluntarily at the time. And that's not always necessarily something that's, gonna fly with everybody. So that's something we're gonna have to look at in the future.
Now, if it's something that's already known in the hiring process, then that would alleviate having to deal with the contract, correct?
I don't believe so. I think that would have to be something that's negotiated. It does say that, yeah, so.
So then that person would know that you could be evenings or days. It's not a set schedule.
Is that,
I mean, that's what my.
okay, yeah.
Flexible, so you know that whatever the need is of the department.
Yeah, and I think with my contract too, that's already in place, so.
Right, for
yeah.
you, it might be already different, yeah, or different than, that's what I'm saying, the new person, I think it would be, in just a personal opinion, better to have somebody that's more flexible to meet the need of the community, because if we have two officers, which I think is amazing, if they're both off, that it defeats the purpose of having the two officers, right? We kind of want a little bit of overlapping.
Yep.
Again, so that we're not having to call and look around for other communities to then come into the city and assist with a situation.
Yep.
So that was just because then I thought, well, maybe a part-time would be nice, but, maybe we don't need a part-time if we can figure that out. In the FTEs, it says that we're looking to hire additional assistants, but I only see 3 FTEs here for the department, and that's not including the new hire that we're posting the position for. Is that?
So we have just over $56,000 allocated towards part-time services. And those are essentially people that are working within the shelter. They're not people that are out on the road addressing calls. So we have 2 part-time positions that actually, we have 2 new hires and they're undergoing their physicals right now. As soon as they pass that, they'll be up and running, and then we can actually have some coverage on the weekends so that the pound keeper now can have some time off himself. And then the other full-time position, we're doing interviews on the 7th for that, and that's going to be the other officer position.
Perfect.
All right.
That's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief, do you want to bring up Harbor Master? Thank you for being here. Do you have any concerns or issues to bring up or statement?
I don't. We're pretty much smooth sailing. I would mention, you mentioned earlier, we have 14.4 miles of beautiful coastline in the
Yes.
city, to be exact.
Where you got the boat these days? At the yacht club?
No, we have all three boats are at Lighthouse in Bullet Cove.
And is that the jump in docking fees?
Yeah, that's where we've been for the last 20 years. Yeah.
So the docking fees were 7,750, but next year they're budgeted for 11,750. Did they
Right.
go up?
Well, what they want to do now is they want to send it out to bid, and they want a contract. That was a discounted fee, so the city's been getting $4,000 in discounts. Is that marina's been giving us $8,000 to $10,000 in discounts for the last 20 years.
Gotcha.
That'd be more realistic if we end up going somewhere else with the boats. You're not going to get the discounts.
Gotcha. Sounds good.
Are you seeing increased boating traffic with the improvement of our 14-mile or so waterfront?
Well, like always, it's weather related. This year was quiet because it rained through June. The last 2 months, July and August, have been very busy because everybody's out there, even though it's the highest gas prices we've seen on the water in history. But they're out there using them because you've only got another few weeks before you got to put them away. But everybody went out. There was 2 things you could do in COVID: put a pool in your yard or buy a boat. They ran out of pools before they ran out of boats. So everybody bought a boat, and it's been busy. But thank God it's been safe anyway.
Anything out there that we should be worried about in the harbor? Just in general, safety? I know Saban Point with the riptides and stuff, but
No,
anything going up?
Yeah, no, we're pretty good here in the city. I mean, we've been very lucky and, we have strict enforcement here.
Okay.
And,
Because I imagine once East Point comes online, we may see more activity in the upper river over around Phillipsdale Landing.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be putting in some more boat access over there, mainly
Well-
kayaks and stuff, but
Yeah, everything in the Seekonk River is the jurisdiction of Providence, anything in the channel, so that's really not our jurisdiction.
how far up do you go? Do you go to Phillipsdale?
Yeah, East Providence goes all the way to the Pawtucket line, but the channel belongs to the city of Providence.
So you don't patrol it?
We do on occasion, we take a ride up there, but it's not our jurisdiction. You'd have to be out of the channel to be in the city of East Providence. It's just like if you're at the Oyster House or Al's on the waterfront, I'm dating myself, or the East Providence Yacht Club.
House,
Those
Hooligans.
marinas are in East Providence, but the moment you leave those marinas, you're in Providence.
Gotcha.
As soon as you launch your boat at Bull Point, you're in the city of Providence. So we've got 1,000 boats in Bullet Cove. That's where we, concentrate on what we're doing. But we will take a ride up and, make our presence known.
And how's the boat? Is it in good condition?
We
Is
have 3 boats and they were all grants.
Okay.
I'm 17 for 17 in the last 20 years for grants, $3.5 million.
Awesome.
And city hasn't paid a dime for any boat or piece of equipment on those boats. And we keep them and maintain them in excellent condition.
Awesome. Thank you.
We treat them as if they're our own.
Thank you.
We still get compliments on them.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council?
And we also raise our own revenue, by the way. If anything, we're a surplus every year. Because what we'll do is raise the fees. When when the budget goes up, we raise the fees to match that. And we're still a deal at the fees that we charge.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Before we go to fire department, we'll call our planning this time. Gentleman's been sitting here patiently, and I think you were next on the agenda anyway. Good evening. Thank you for patience. Do you have any outstanding issues or needs or any comments?
Oh, no, thanks. I'm Keith Bryan's Director of Planning and Economic Development, and it's good to be here for the council tonight. Yeah, nice to meet you. Just to get to the heart of it here, we just have a modest increase over the past fiscal year of just 1.5%. Just tried to keep things in line what they were the last fiscal year. No changes to employment or positions or anything like that. Didn't know if there were any questions here.
Yes. So you are doing away with the administrative assistant and you're making it a administrative planning clerk?
I think it's just a change in the way, the title of the position, really.
Okay. What's the difference between Planner 1, Planner 2, Planner 3, Planner 4?
Yeah, it is a difference of salary. Planner 1 is the typical planner starting out, just out of college. Yeah, it's just an issue of more responsibility.
So there's
moving up the ranks, so to speak.
So you got 5 that are, and this doesn't include Melissa in yours, right? Because she's opera funded?
Right. She's not included in this funding.
All right. So,
yeah, 5 planning positions.
and they're all generalists. They don't, like, do they have any specialties per se? Or
We're all generalists, but people do focus on different things.
Okay.
Like we have one person who's focuses more on economic development, one person who focuses more on conservation and historic preservation and things like that.
And ArcGIS, that's through engineering or you?
GIS is through engineering.
Engineer, okay. All right. And purchased property services, fiscal year 23 was 600, but you spent 1,366 so far this year. And you budgeted for 1,500. What is that for, property services?
I'm going to find this one here.
Can we get these drop downs into the online as well? Phones? Okay. Sorry for asking. I don't have the drop down on this part.
Yeah, but online, when you go and look, you don't have access to get into the lines.
Yeah, we don't have that access.
Hmm.
Property, what's that for? 10,250. Last year you budgeted for 8,800. You've only spent 3,281 so far this year. What is the increase to 10,250 for?
It includes the technology, software, a lot of them are sort of annual subscriptions to different programs that we do.
What's an example?
One called Land Vision, Reich, InPlan, different things that help us do what we do here. One of them is sort of like economic development modeling tool that can help with grant applications.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have this in the online.
Yeah.
I have access to. Where you been? You just missed five votes.
Nope.
We don't.
No, we don't have that.
And I mean, I think.
We don't have the
this is a
salaries, we
conversation
don't
that-
have, and the online stuff.
Yeah, and that was a conversation we had the previous council when we went to this transparency portal, that the council doesn't have access to the drop downs, which, I mean, I think we should if we're going through the funds to know what everything's supposed,
So,
it's being spent on.
so what was the property? 10,000, I can't read it from here, I'm sorry. This one's not working? It's not turning on, okay.
And property total, 10,250.
And what's that for?
Technology, software, and repair and maintenance of equipment.
Okay. And professional services, what kind of services do you get at 20,000?
Professional services. That tends to be a grab bag of consultant fees that are necessary over the year.
Okay.
A lot of them are to help with grant applications or sometimes to matching funds, smaller matching funds, where grants can come out of that,
Okay.
help to pay for a consultant to work on a certain project.
Do we have a dedicated grant writer for the city?
No, we all chip in on that, all the planners in our office.
Do you have enough time to do that in addition to your regular duties?
It can be a challenge with all the grants out there now,
Correct.
but we do get it done.
Okay. And the advertising, and that makes sense. Advertising, printing. So you went up about $4,000 from last year to this year. What's the reason for that increase, please?
I think it was just historically under budgeted in some of the past years. And, that line item is for different publications. We advertise in for economic development,
Okay.
like the New England Real Estate Journal and things like that.
And printing, do you have to leave this building for printing services, or do we have enough high-capacity printers for?
Usually we do it in-house for typical printing. If it's something large like something where we
Banners,
really need to do
yeah.
it, we'll go off-site.
Okay,
So you went on the excuse me, Councilman.
I'm good. I'm all
Okay.
set. Thank you.
So advertising in last fiscal year of 22 was 86.54. Right now, through the half year, you're at 69.79. It was budgeted at 10.5. Do you realistically think next year you'll need 14.5? Just looking at where we are.
Yes, that account now is actually over budgeted by a few hundred.
Okay.
So we have been spending that.
I'm just going by the numbers we have provided here. Okay.
Hold on, I think Malcolm has a comment.
Okay, that's what I mean, yeah. Yeah, so so this year it's going over budget because, I mean, you had it for 10.5 this year, so that's gonna be over budgeted. I didn't know if that was just an anomaly and next year would come back. That's why I was asking to say, you know, because just because it happened this year doesn't mean it's gonna happen next year. So I didn't know if we could live with something else, but just, you know, food for thought here. With the change in position, is that gonna, how does that impact you to make your department more equipped to handle the needs of the city?
Well, we're not proposing any change in any positions in this coming fiscal year.
Well,
in the past one, I think it was when the administrative assistant went from being part-time to full-time.
All right, I was just making sure, because the planning one position is currently not filled, correct?
Right, for the past
Okay.
month anyway.
All right, and I'm just, the change from administrative clerk, that isn't, you know, that's a change in just titles? So the workload will stay the same?
Right, that's right. No.
Change that here for more management of
That,
change that position so give that person more management. There was some change.
Okay.
Did you say there's a position open?
Planning one, because Victor no longer works for the city.
that's right.
I did not know that. I apologize.
And where are we in that process? When do you think that position will be filled? Where are you as far as the interview process with the HR department?
Yeah, it hasn't been advertised yet.
So, no, from what I heard from the mayor, and so it won't get posted till maybe the end of October to go into the next fiscal year, November 1. So when do you realistically think your department will be up to full power as far as position-wise?
Yeah, it might be closer to the end of the calendar year here.
Okay. And his workload is being picked up right now? No issues there?
Yeah, we've been trying to fill in, you know, with all the things he was working on.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the council? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work and your time. Fire Chief, come on down.
Motion to adjourn.
He would love that.
Second. That's not legal.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to start off with our mission statement. East Providence Fire Department is dedicated to saving lives and property by safeguarding our citizens through progressive code enforcement, fire prevention, public education, effective emergency response, and adapting to the changing needs of our community. I have some updates. The fire department applied for $1 million grant for a ladder truck. The FEMA grant, we're patiently waiting for the award. We have 2 new fire engines on order, paid by Opera, $2.1 million. We're also involved in the construction of the Communications Center. Very proud of that center. And of course, we put the 4th rescue in this last fiscal year. And I'm ready for the questions.
Chief, just before the questions from the council, to again remind the public and all of us, it takes about a year from when you, never mind find out about the grant or the funding, but to order and then receive a fire truck.
A fire truck, ladder truck, rescue truck, 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
Just don't pull up at Elmwood Dodge and pick one off the lot.
You're not going to get it.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councilman Rigo?
Well, first with the equipment scenario, I know I have it somewhere. What engine and ladder are you replacing?
Engine 4 is going to be a pump and roll.
Yep,
That's
the
out of,
foam truck. Yep,
Wampanoag
foam.
Trail.
Yep.
And engine 5 from Broadway.
And again, obviously, you know what ward I represent.
I believe I do.
Thank you. And no, so it's come to my attention and I've seen it after a couple of people. Look, I drive by the fire station every day and there's concern from residents that there's constantly outer town trucks filling in. I know after I noticed it, there's been Barrington, a Pawtucket truck. The other day, somebody said, well, I know there was a Cranston truck because there was another accident on the corner of my street. So when the truck pulled up, it was Cranston. So is there an issue with engine 3?
No. With engine 3?
It's been out of service.
It was.
There was a Barrington truck. So is that, so that engine is.
Engine 3 is back in service.
Okay, yeah, because the other day when there was the motorcycle accident on Sunday, it was a Cranston truck there.
Correct.
Okay. And ladder 3 is another issue. People keep on saying that the truck's not in service.
Tower ladder 3 has been out of service since, I believe, June 6th or 26th. It will be back in service this week.
Okay. People do notice those things.
Yes.
No, just questions. And obviously, if we can find a way, what my pet, one of the pet items are, and looking at the July report that you people sent me, thank you for you and Battalion Chief Carey, showed that there was 111 calls after 8 to 5, from 5 o'clock on, and then Saturday and Sunday, there was 111 calls, 12 mutual aid calls. That comes out to, and he's not here tonight, but Napoleon likes to throw out averages. That comes out to 3.85 calls per day in July. That seems, that number now for 02916, it keeps on going this way.
Generally in the summertime, runs increase.
Okay. The residents of my ward are concerned because there's the new apartments going down. New apartments on Newport Avenue, very close. Capianato has property. There's new ones down on Roger Williams Avenue. Where do you see the numbers keep on going, population keeps on going? I personally, and some people said it's an equality situation, and I'm not going to go there. But at what point do we need a 4th full-time rescue? I know the mayor and the administration said we need 5 during a day, but at what point do you think in the overall aspect of this city that we need a 4th full-time rescue 24/7?
It's going to be the data. The data is going to show us when we need that rescue.
Are you getting concerned that I mean, July, 3.85. And knowing that zip code, there's more people out of that zip code in July than there are in February.
And we understand that. And we're looking at the data every day, every week.
Because at one time, and I don't hold a number, I think Napoleon said it averaged like 1.5, and this was like one of my first ones back in March and everything. And
I believe it was 2.
it was 2. Okay, I was close. Now we're up to 3.85. So we've almost doubled it from March. Now we're in July. So we've almost doubled the rescue calls on those times. So I know it costs money, and I also looked at the mutual aid calls, and it took one of the Providence trucks almost a half an hour to get to a location. Rescue 7 out of Providence. It was pretty close. I know what that feels like because I had to witness my father wait there like 45 minutes one time. I'm just saying, I know it costs money, but I want to do a lot for this city. I want the best schools, best recreation and everything, and I want the best fire and police. I don't know how many lives it will save, because you don't know how many lives, nobody knows how many lives it will save unless that person unfortunately dies on the way. By them not getting to the hospital earlier, you're not getting a report from that hospital saying that he or she passed away 3 or 4 hours later. So we don't know.
No, we usually follow up with anybody that passes away. We have a conversation with the medical examiner.
So you get it.
Yes.
But the numbers are going this way. So it's our job somehow to find money someday, hopefully sooner than later, to get that rescue. I mean, I'd like to get it tomorrow, and I think we all would like to get it tomorrow. And with the numbers, again, I'd like to have the 5th rescue and the 4th rescue, but numbers are going that way. And I know it's an economic situation. And you said numbers dictate. At what point does the number say we need that 4th rescue? I mean, is there a magic number institute? I'm just trying to get a feel for it because it's going this way after hours. So,
Councilman, I support the idea of putting more rescue personnel on. If we could put multiple more rescues on, we would. But that would not negate the instances where you still have to rely on mutual aid. I'll give you an example. A mutual friend of ours recently went to the hospital, and that friend of ours, I heard that a mutual aid rescue came in to service that friend. Now, I was concerned, right? I said, well, Councilman Regal's got me on a good one here because here's our mutual friend who had to wait on a mutual aid rescue to come and transport him to the hospital. Well, when I looked into the situation, I found out that occurred during the weekday where we already had the 4th rescue in service working, and they get tied up. What the data demonstrates repeatedly is that we see an uptick in rescue activity during Monday through Friday because we get a lot of people that come into our community to go to the medical facilities within our city. We have to rely on the data. If we had the funding available tomorrow, we would look at negotiating a 5th rescue or 4th rescue, whatever it is, to meet the needs of the community. The numbers don't support that right now. Like you're saying that the numbers are going up. I haven't looked at that particular data set. You're talking about a full month. Was it a full month?
yeah, it was July. So at
The
one
month of
point-
July.
Yeah, at one point we did it in
So
Napoleon came
100
down. It was 2. It averaged 2 a day.
So that
So now
average-
we're at 3.85. We had 111 calls.
111 calls in a 30-day period. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying?
3.85.
3.85. All right. I mean,
And then the mutual aid calls were 12, which would represent 8% of that number. I'm just saying the number's ticking. So you're the professionals on that side. At what point does it say? Is it 6 calls, 7 calls, 20 calls? At what number do we need that 4th rescue? That's what I'm asking. Like we're all saying, the numbers don't support it here. At what point does the number
I think if you look at what's happened with the census, right? The reality is, if you look back at our historic census, 20 years ago, there were more people living in East Providence than there are now today. And we serviced the city with 3 rescues. What we've done as an administration with the support of the council is that we increased rescue service by 1 extra rescue Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, was it 9 to 5? So we've actually increased service to our community, despite the fact that our census numbers have gone down over the last 30 years. Our population has decreased dramatically. We were at 51,000. We're now at 47,000. The last census that we have on record shows that East Providence increased by 100 personnel. Now, yes, we're building more, but we haven't had those census numbers. We can't say for sure if those numbers are drastically increasing the number of calls. When you look at those numbers that you're talking about, 3.7 or 3.6 calls a day, those calls, I'd like to see exactly when are those calls happening.
That's I did the report. It's after 5 o'clock, Monday through Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday where that rescue isn't in place. So that's what this report showed. That's where the 3.85. So
And that's
I pushed it. I had them zero it in on those hours, not on a total day where that rescue was covered.
That's important data that you have, but I think you need to look at the data. You have 111 calls. How many of those calls happen on Saturday and Sunday during the day? Like, we have to look at where are those calls happening. If you look at the data that we had before, there weren't many calls happening midnight to 8. I mean, the number of calls that were happening midnight to 8 were negligible. So I support putting more rescue services in place to service our residents. I support putting those rescue services where the data shows we can use them to service our community. Other municipalities have gone to the model that we have with this 4th rescue, where it's set during set hours, and we negotiated that with the union to make that become a reality. And it took a lot of back and forth. But look, if I could find $800,000 extra in the budget without all of the financial concerns that we are thinking about for the future, and Malcolm can talk, I know Malcolm talked about it when we did our initial presentation. Next year's budget is going to be so much more difficult than this year's budget, because we're going to have to deal with, we're not going to have the $2 million surprise revenue that we received from the state this year. That's not going to happen again next year. We're not going to have like a bonus $2 million. This year's budget, we kept it at the 3.5% tax cap levy. That represents 2.93% increase on the property tax rate. Right now, we're looking at East Providence taxpayers paying 2.93%, if anyone's listening out there, increase on their taxes. And it breaks my heart that I have to increase taxes like that on people who are, 25% of our residents are 65 and older. We just don't have that funding available. If I had $800,000 tomorrow, we'd sit down with the union and negotiate where can we put a rescue to serve our community best. But that's the challenges we're faced with.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Lawson, you go. We'll go
All
back.
right, Chief.
I'm done. I'm good.
I don't have the drop down. Purchase professional services. This year you budgeted 266, 200. You've already spent 102. Double that, that's 204. We'll round it up to 205. You're asking for 310. So where's that about $100,000 increase?
So the 6-month mark was May. So we're 2 months after May. And spending the money as we go along.
Okay. Purchase professional services, yeah. So you're asking for an increase of about 50,000 from last year to this year. What's the need for that increase, please?
Let me get that line item pulled up.
And Malcolm, I can't see the purchase property stuff either.
Right. Right, that's per CBA.
How much was the billing? Okay. What's the items under purchase property services, please? We were going from budgeted from last year, 158,000, now we're doing 307.
And what was that line item, sir?
Purchase property services. And again, Chief, I apologize, I can't see the drop down of where they're going. So what's listed, Malcolm, under purchase property services that we're increasing $150,000?
Right, we have a line, we have a whole list of what that is all about.
Okay.
I'm trying to find it.
Station Two's kitchen, I hope?
Yes.
Okay.
Station 2 kitchen, Station 3 kitchen.
Well, did you say Station 3?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, we have $30,000 for repair and maintenance for stations.
Yeah, Chief, you don't got to read them all. I
There's-
just need the
literally,
overview. I just, like I
There's
said.
a
I-
whole line item that substantiates for the whole
Okay.
line item, okay?
That's good. And what was the other one? What is an other purchased services for 157? What are those services? And again, I apologize for not
That's
having the
okay.
drop down. 150, other purchased services, 157,250? So unreimbursed, though, if a non-resident gets transported, we charge them? What's unreimbursed?
We don't charge residents.
Right, so what's unreimbursed?
Malcolm, what was that?
Who reimburses us? Insurance companies?
Right.
Okay.
I have to be honest with you, this is my fourth time doing this. And believe it or not, we used to use the item numbers, and that's where I would be able to let you know what everything is going on. I substantiated everything.
Gotcha.
Have to find it.
State mandated?
Right, we have state mandates.
So the
that,
state's making us.
for hearing
pay for their
tests.
mandate.
And for, we have mandates to send firefighters to get physicals, and it's very costly. We do the hazmat team, and
We need to send the governor the receipt for.
absolutely.
Gotcha. All right, rentals. What are we renting for 11,000, please?
Those are for docking fees, $11,000. They just went up.
What do you mean docking fees?
Docking fees for our Marine 3 vessel.
Which is separate from the harbor master?
It's separate from the harbor master. It's at the East Providence
Yacht club?
Yacht Club.
Okay. Okay, and tech software. Now, does the communications report to you? I'm trying to figure out how this rolls up because it's listed like under the fire department. Do they report to you?
The
dispatch?
communications,
Yeah.
no, it's separate.
It's separate.
It's separate. It's in 760. It's a totally different budget.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Chief, I just have a question. What are we paying detail for?
Paying, I'm sorry,
Detail pay? What is the?
detail pay similar to what the police chief mentioned. We have fire details, we have recitals. Part of the CBA, we have to pay the firefighter. And then the people that, from the recital, they'll pay us back, and it goes back into the budget.
Recital, I'm not following what that is. What is?
When we have details at the high school for a recital,
Fire department will go?
The fire department will do it, they will have a special detail for the concerts.
But shouldn't that be paid, is it for the city like if it's a vendor, wouldn't the vendors be paying for that?
The vendors do pay. Right. And
I don't
like-
see a revenue.
the revenue goes back into the city, back to the city general
Unlike the
fund.
police, your revenue doesn't go in.
Exactly, exactly like the police.
Well, no, because the police, we see what the revenue is that they have, but on yours, we don't see any revenue.
No,
And Chief, a lot of these are state laws, right? If you have a certain amount of people in a facility, you have to have a
you have to have a fire
fire
detail.
person there, fire detail. I know the schools ran into that. You have a concert, you got to pay for a firefighter to be there.
In regards to the docking of the marine boat, is it possible at Bull Point, anywhere that we have like Sabins Point or anywhere like that, that we could dock it? Is there, I mean, at Bull Point,
Probably don't have power and water available. These boats are plugged into.
And it's a large, it's a large, it's a large vessel. It's,
but at Bull Point, it's only down there. Would it be more feasible for us to have, dock it at Bull Point?
we try to keep it in the center of the city.
Well, Bull Point to the yachting center, we're only going from here to
Understood.
here. So I'm
Understood.
just looking at saving money.
And we had a grant for, I believe it was 300,000, Chief, to build a dock. But CRC, we couldn't get the permits in time. It takes so long.
So is the boat on that paper street, is that the fire department's boat?
Yes.
So we're not paying to have it sit there.
No, it's been out of service. We're repairing it right now. But it's almost ready to go back into the water.
Well, the police one I saw, it was the fire. Okay. For mutual aid? So fire rescue billing to whom? The insurances?
That's the revenue that we're generating, and it goes into the general fund.
Thank you for that, Malcolm.
Any other questions? As a comment, I would state that may appear that I'm not asking a lot of questions about this, but as the solicitor indicated, part of this financial process, there are steps along the way, and Council Vice President and I, in leadership, have met with the fire chief and the finance director and others, and went through, as an example, the fire department. We went through each and every line item and asked some of these same questions. Some new questions developed tonight also, but we did go through this as we did with the police department and a couple of other items. Are there any other questions of the fire chief, Councilman? No? Okay, Chief, thank you.
Yay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is it communication?
We can.
Communication.
Oh, communication, I'm sorry. Chief, could you take your coat off and come back, please? Chief, yes, Chief Carey forgot about communications, public safety communications. Thank you, Chief. Do you have any opening comments or concerns before you might ask questions?
If you look at the previous year for the 760 budget, that was the first year that was broken out separately out of the police department when the mayor wanted to move it to combined to the new facility. The costs in last year's budget was pretty much pay and benefits. Malcolm, if I'm wrong, let me know. So there's a lot of adds to it this year because there were no line items for like general office expense, definitely not the technology side of it, and then connectivity. So it's a lot higher than it was last year. We built it out, we moved it, and everything was pretty much paid for with opera funding throughout the process. It was a design build. Even though the room had existed for 21 years, we literally gutted it and built it from the ground up.
Is 11 the right number for dispatches?
This year, yes.
And they all report to you?
The personnel-wise, they report to the police department. They're still under their direction as personnel.
Why is there a budget line under the fire department if they report to the
So
police?
it's a separate budget line, but it's controlled through police, fire, and IT. Because the dispatchers, they do services for police, they do services for fire, and collaboratively, we all work together to make it work the way it's functioning now.
But we don't have an individual that's like a public safety communications director.
No, we do not.
So so if the police have a different view than the fire department, who wins out?
So when it comes to services for police or services for fire, all of our stuff is completely separate. We control our side, our CAD, our information, our data, and the police department maintains theirs.
So those 11 dispatches, they're broken up to police and fire?
So they're all trained in both.
Okay.
We have a minimum of 2 on duty. One predominantly will do fire, one will predominantly do police. But all 4 positions are equipped in an 80-20 format so that they can actually provide services for both fire and police. So they're actually supporting each other. I believe the regular schedule, if we're fully manned, is 2 during the day, 2 during the afternoon, and 3 days,
I think
3
where I'm
afternoon, and
confused,
2 at night.
if a dispatcher has to call out sick, do they call the police or the fire?
It goes through the captain of services. They're using their scheduling software versus the fire department's software.
Okay. And the purchase property services, I don't have the breakdown of those. Telephones? The telephone systems? Or
The
cell phones?
telephone line item, the 23,750,
Yeah,
that's for internet service for the center.
Okay.
The business and the 911 lines
okay.
and the Nina ID, or PSAP ID.
And how does the 140 break down for property? What is that going towards?
That's technology software. That's for services from Crown Castle, Carousel, our station alerting, Zetron system, LogMeIn, Deep Freeze, different softwares we're using on the computers, 911 recording.
What do you
both
use
departments.
LogMeIn for? That's a remote access application.
Correct. So when a vendor needs to get in to work on the software, so we have 2 separate CADs. So if a vendor needed to remote in, it's there, or IT actually can remote in if they
Well, usually the vendor provides the LogMeIn service. We're paying for it?
I can talk to the IT director on that one.
Okay.
Yes, IT also does log in.
Okay. And what cloud service are you using?
Microsoft Azure is what it's being used.
Azure, okay.
And Symposium is the fire department CAD.
Yeah, familiar with that. Okay, thank you.
11, is that the sufficient number? If calls seem to be going up, is 12, what's the right number for dispatch? Because I know obviously technology can sometimes make it, I know at one time, back when it was at the police station a long time ago, before technology, there were like 14 dispatchers. I know that number has fluctuated through the years. What is the call volume? Is this a sufficient number in your expert analysis?
From the fire side, we've had good services from them. We've actually streamlined a lot of the work they used to have to do manually. With the new CAD system, we have a direct feed from 911 now. We've integrated our station alerting. We've integrated our master box alarm systems. So a lot of stuff they used to have to flip back and forth through or manually enter is now automatically generated in the CAD. And it literally takes 2 steps. They can dispatch apparatus within 3 to 5 seconds once they have the final information. On the police side, I do not have their data. I only manage the fire department side.
Okay. And I know you've added a couple of new dispatchers lately because I saw the hires. What's the process if, say, I don't know how many there are, but there could be a couple retiring. What is that process as far as how long it takes to get somebody up and running?
That's done through human resources, and the police department does oversight. When we do interviews, we have somebody from the fire department, somebody from the police department, somebody from HR that does the interviews. It's pretty much the same process as any other hiring that we have to do. Once they get onboarded, they get taught by both the police side, typically by one of the lead dispatchers will teach them kind of like a field training officer on the police side when they do with police officers. And for fire side, we bring them into training. Our training officers bring them in, give them the overview of the fire department, show them our CAD, our radio system. So they get equal training from both sides.
So a good 6 months from the advertising time to when they're comfortable being in there, obviously with guidance and everything.
Once they come on, you're looking at a good 4 months. Once they're actually past the hiring process.
Put the volume up the side, the wheel.
Testing, okay, all right. So,
That's the
for
first,
instance, we have a list that we establish, and I just heard from Chief Francisconi that they're onboarding or getting ready to onboard another dispatcher off a list. So that process moves quicker. We were at 11, 1 left. Now we're bringing 1 on right away. So it's not going to take as long as that every single time. And what we're trying to get into the habit of doing is creating lists and having lists in place so that when vacancies occur, there's a list ready to go. So we're doing that with some of the DPW positions so that we don't have to run into these situations where, you have to wait and go through the whole process. So.
And the new facility actually allows for us to do training a little bit easier because they used to spend a few weeks with us and not be anywhere near the dispatch center. And now we can literally, most of their training is right in the room with other dispatchers on duty. And we just bring them into the training room to do the fire side. And then they go right back inside.
And I think it's important for the council to know that if you want to take a tour of that facility, we can arrange that with the police and fire department. It's really a state of the art, and we receive a lot of accolades from across the state because we have some of the latest and greatest technology, and they really are impressed with the communication center.
What union are the communication dispatchers in?
They're in the Steelworkers Union.
So is the change in salary based on the contractual? Because it does seem like there's a big jump unless there's, so the mayor just alluded to there are 11. We said there are 11, but there's somebody. Last year there were 12 budgeted.
And a lot of times when
This
we,
year, there's 11 budgeted, but we're saying that there's somebody who's coming in, which makes it 12, so.
Nope, someone's actually leaving. So we are filled. Somebody, I believe another dispatcher is leaving for another job in another state, and we're going to be onboarding another one right afterwards.
So the total is 11.
Should be a full complement.
And I can check, but I would assume that when we budget for the vacancies, well, they're vacant at the beginning of the year, so we know it's going to take a few months to get them in. So normally we'll budget them at maybe half a year's salary or 3/4.
Also important to note that we have a lot of new dispatches and they go up in step increases through the union. So some of the dispatchers who were budgeted for fiscal year '23, we budgeted for entry level at the very bottom of the entry level scale. I think there's 5 steps or 3 steps that they progress through their union. So
In 1 year,
no, in
Right.
1 year they go up.
1 step.
They may actually you can go up 2 steps in a year. In the first year, you go up 2 steps. There's 5 total steps, and that happens within 3 years.
Because we're just seeing this salary, the regular salary, there's an increase of almost $50,000 from last year, and that just seems like a large amount for just a step increase or the contractual increase that they would have gotten. And then we have the overtime, which is $205,000. So if we're allocating $205,000 in overtime, is there a need to have part-time workers or another position in the dispatch to reduce the number of overtime? I mean, because that's a lot for overtime.
This all comes from the workforce plan and the police side. I can't speak to that. What I can say is I believe we're still using part-time dispatchers, but only a handful within the police department that work in other positions.
Well,
But I would have to be backed up by on that one.
Last year, year to date, May, our halfway mark, there was 25,000 for a part-time position, which even if we were to double that, that's 50,000. So that would essentially be 4 positions at this overtime rate.
I believe last year we were down dispatchers and we couldn't find people to sign up for dispatchers. And I believe that's when we had the temporary agreement for temporary dispatchers with the union. And I don't know if that's been completed yet or not. I think that it's already been stopped, but I'm not 100% on that.
You know, you bring up a good point, Councilwoman. I see that in fiscal year '23 half year, you see $25,000 that's been expended into part-time pay. That was because we did engage part-time dispatchers, per diem dispatchers to help when we were really short. And I don't see anything budgeted for part-time, so I will talk to the chief, Chief Francisconi and Chief Quick, and we'll sit down with HR to see if that was an oversight that we didn't budget this year.
Well, just to be on the record, I'm not looking to add more to the budget. I'm just questioning why we have 200,000 for an overtime. Do we if we have that much in overtime, should we have a part-time position or another full-time position to reduce that overtime?
From a management point of view, paying overtime is always more affordable to the administration and to the city because you're not paying all of the other, by hiring another full-timer, you have to pay a lot of other
Benefits, correct. So maybe
and-
part-time or per diem.
But we do, I will say this, I'll have to sit down with the finance team and the chiefs because I know we're still using per diem and I don't see it budgeted there and it's quite possible it's budgeted in the overtime line. So we'll see if we can move from the overtime line to the part-time line.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Anything else from the council? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Going to move, I think that Director Aaron's maybe had to leave. And that's not a big item, so we're going to move the IT presentation to our Tuesday, September 19th meeting. We have no items. It's a regular meeting, and we have the school department in that night, and so we'll just add IT at that point. And there's no meeting next week with the election.
September 12th is the next.
Right, in September 12th. But we still have a few more things on the agenda tonight. I think some resolutions. I followed along here, Madam Clerk. Are we on reports of other city officials or school committee liaison at the top of page 9? Does that sound about right?
Yes. We're going into resolutions. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
So we'll do resolution number 1, the first one.
A resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract for the purchase of a F-150 responder in the amount of $66,329.75 for the police department, sponsor President Rodericks.
This is for the purchase of an F-150. That should be one of the big pickup trucks, responders. And the cost after bidding was $66,329.75. There was a Greater Boston Police contract, so a lot of the bidding procedure was already in place, and we've used that before, and we will use asset forfeiture money to cover the cost, otherwise, I guess, known as Google money. So the resolution authorized the expenditure that I just mentioned. I won't repeat it. And it's covered by asset forfeiture money, and it's recommended by the police chief of the police department.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilman Lawson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Fogarty. Do we need a roll call on? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Fogarty?
Aye.
Councilman Lawson?
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa?
Aye.
Council President Rodericks?
Aye, thank you. Passes unanimously. Next resolution, please.
Resolution reinforcing the relevance of the Access to Public Records Act co-sponsors, Council Vice President Rigo and Councilman Fogarty.
Councilman, you want to address this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. What this resolution basically does is it reaffirms that employees working for the city, that they have a right to not divulge private information of taxpayers to anybody, mothers, fathers, etc. That there's a Rhode Island general law that guides this. I became concerned with reading in the news about people in other states doing the right thing and either being on juries or being council people like us and private information being disclosed. So this just reaffirms what the state of Rhode Island has on the books, and it's important that we and everybody involved in city government respect and protect the privacy of the citizens and taxpayers of the city. I worked with Solicitor Conley on this. This is a great piece of legislation, excuse me, a great resolution to reaffirm the privacy of the residents of the city. I move passage.
Motion by Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item.
An ordinance in the amendment of Chapter 18 of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended entitled Vehicles and Traffic. Removal of no parking, Trotton Place. Council President Rodericks and Councilwoman Sousa.
Thank you. I'll defer to you, Councilwoman.
So this is back on the docket. After having spoke with the residents in that area, this was into dealing with the situation that they had on their property. This was not what they had thought was the best solution for their resolution. amongst that property. So we're going to retrack and then go back to the drawing board to see if we can help mitigate the concerns that they have on the property.
Is that a motion?
Motion to pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And the ayes have it. Thank you. Item,
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $2.5 million toward the renovation of the East Providence Police Station located at 750 Waterman Avenue to be funded from federal ARPA funds. Sponsors, Council Vice President Rego, Councilman Lawson, Councilwoman Sousa, and Councilman Fogarty.
So this is, as we know, the architects are going through the building now. This is just so when they come in, we're ready to roll. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
Second.
motion made by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilman Fogarty?
Aye.
Councilman Lawson?
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego?
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa?
Aye.
Council President Rodrick?
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Next.
An ordinance in the amendment of Chapter 17 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Utilities, Section 17-206, Division 2, Stormwater Utility District. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
At this time, I would like to table it. I need to do more work with Solicitor Conley to make sure that there's no loose ends before we proceed.
Okay, the matter is tabled until a future date. We're not sure.
President Rodrick?
Yes.
May I ask Council Vice President Rego if he wants to pass for second passage item number 4 that he tabled originally, saying it was first passage?
If he wants to do it now, I think we're going to table that to another meeting.
Do you want the first one tabled that was on for second passage?
You stand corrected. I was going through my paperwork, and the one that I just tabled now was what I got confused at that point because I was reading ahead. So I'd like to bring that off the table and vote on that if that's proper.
That's fine. I believe someone would have seconded the table as well. The second could concur with that desire to remove from the table we voted on.
Councilwoman Sousa?
Okay.
I redact my second to table. Put it back.
Councilman,
So
withdraw your.
I withdraw. I made the motion to withdraw.
All in favor of the withdrawal?
Aye.
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 Aye. All-
And
And now
now make
is
a
there a new
motion
motion?
to accept.
Do you want me to read it into the record?
You can read it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, I'm jumping ahead again. That's my problem tonight.
Item,
4, on page 4.
it's just
The second passage is, it's Section 8, Public Hearings, Item 4. An ordinance of amendment of Chapter 17 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Utilities. Section 1, Division 4, entitled Use Regulation, Sanitary Sewer System of Chapter 17. Sponsor, Council President Rego.
Council, do you want to add any comments?
No, again, this goes along with the one that we passed earlier. It's to make sure that we conform to all state regulations after being, with the audit that was done by the state.
Are there any other comments, council, or public hearing? Anyone here wishes to comment?
We need a second.
Second.
No one else wishes to comment? It was moved by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Before we have a motion to adjourn, Director Moore and Mr. Mayor, if you would make note, and I guess we could send this to you, after. I think you have the schedule anyway, but so the next workshop is scheduled for Tuesday, September 12th. And that would include DPW and all those associated departments, recreation, of course, carousel, library, senior services. You have the list, I'm sure. So I just want to make sure that we give time to the department heads in your office to prepare. And then we'll add IT to Tuesday, September 19th, which has nothing else but the school department proposal in addition to our regular meeting. And hopefully at the 12th, and if not all on the 12th, we'll have the 19th. We still have to finish the rest, the city council budget, the mayor's budget, the city clerk, finance, tax, purchase and tax assessment, law. So those are yet to be done. Generally, they don't take too long, but we do want to make sure we get to that. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.